What about now? Can you guys hear me now? I bet you can. So I just installed Windows. So one of the things I was saying is I installed Windows 11, which reset a whole bunch of settings, which is why I was almost late. There we go. Okay, let's start from the top. Good to see you, glad to have you all. We are live! Ray. Yes, reminder, no spoilers. Spoilers would mean anything from Endwalker and any major reveal from any expansion up to the point that we are at, which is Stormblood and patch content. If you would have wanted it spoiled for you, then don't spoil it for others. That said, if you want to have a question around it that you can talk around, go for it. Come join us on Crystal Curl. That's Crystal, the data center, and Curl the world. And also, if you want to come join our lovely team of people who will be playing with us for the Alliance raids, because we will be doing the Return to Ivalice Alliance raids today. Jellybean, Lolly Ho, Des, thank you for the 5 months of membership. Holy crap, it's been 5 months already. And yeah, good to see you, glad to have you. Hello, I'm not ready for math. Yes, but maybe we'll go real slow. We won't even get math today, depending on seeing how it took us 2 days to do Omega. Zlolly, good to see you, glad to have you. V loves math. V, good to see you, glad to have you. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. Now you can hear me now. Yep, here, yes, still no, not a sausage. Yes, Tattle, good to see you, glad to have you. That explains a lot. Me too, recently I don't like it. Honestly, I actually really like Windows 11. It's actually sped up some things that I needed it to, so that's been very nice. But obviously, little technical things have been solving. Yu-Gi-Oh, good to see you, glad to have you. Black Fame, Lolly Ho, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, I have 11 on my laptop and 10 on my desktop. Still uncertain whether I want to upgrade, but probably will. I will say, was painless, and so far, there's only been one thing that I've been annoyed at that I was like, ooh, I like that better on 10, but I actually found a way to turn that one thing to the 10, to a 10 version of it. So, I mean, problem solved. Hey, Yukio. Okay, I just remembered that also I had my... I was working on some lore videos, so I had my books out, and I like them better, having them better as backdrop. Okay, cool. So we're gonna do our warm-up with Dark Knight, and then if people want to join us for Return to Ivalice, we will be doing that. It will be a first come, first serve. That said, maybe people will drop out, so, you know, if you don't get in at first, you may be able to get in later. Let's go do some Dark Knight. We're making good time of that Dark Knight, too, because we haven't even started patch content yet, and we need Dark Knight up to 70, because we'll be taking it into Shadowbringers, and we're probably going to get 60, maybe not today, because we're at 56, but we'll probably get there next week, and then potentially get further in, so we're making good time. Shion, good to see you, glad to have you. Ellie, have you already done the unlock of the first raid? Should I go mash through that right now? I have not done it yet. I would recommend, well, Tattle, usually you'll be faster than I will because I'm doing all the reading and stuff. I wouldn't mash it, but I would go start it right now. You've got a little bit to get ahead of me. That'll let you, I wouldn't, don't make yourself speed through it because there's actually some good stuff in there. Or you could mash through it and just listen to me read it off after, but that's up to you. Still snippy. Snippy? Sneepy? You sleepy, Yukio? Is that what you mean? I got 11 on my new desktop and it took a little bit, but I'm happy with it, yeah. I'm mostly annoyed that they went with the dock style for 11. If I liked Apple UI design, I'd use Apple products, geez. That's literally everyone who I know who's like annoyed by by Windows 11. They say the exact same thing. If I liked Apple UI design, I would use Apple products, geez. The thing is that I'm with you. I will say I like it a lot better than Apple's UI still by a lot. But I think my main annoyance is just they need to make sure that I appreciate the sleekness, but they have to not get rid of their modularity because that's one of their big strengths. I've been thinking, Elio. The Padjo likened Riel's spiritual presence to that of the Dravanians, hence why he suggested she had partaken of dragon's blood. Regardless of the cause, if she does hold some affinity with dragons, she'll never be safe here in Ishgard. If being the operative word, of course. We need to know for certain, which means must parley with the Dravanian. It will not be easy to realize, I realize. The Dravanians are not one to entertain outsiders, especially as ones hailing from Ishgard. This guy has been here for weeks. I'm wondering, like, has he just left his computer? Did he pass away and he's perpetually here? Or does he play every so often and then just logs off in the same place? You have spoken with their leaders? Beg pardon, I did not think you would so readily admit it. Well, well, pray, lead the way, Elio. The boob window on the armor. Ah, yes. Yes, everybody's been commenting on the boob window on Elio's armor today. Good thing I don't have the nipple mod. Or any mods, for that matter. Okay, I went and grabbed all the points. Okay, cool. I didn't remember if I did all the quests for this region. How's everybody doing? Yeah, V was commenting on it too. I was thinking that looks a lot better on me than Elio. Hey, I'm looking at that styly boy. I can heal our DPS for the raids. Yeah, feel free to join and pick whatever role. If I could afford Apple, I'd be on Mac. Honestly, I hate Apple hardware for computers and hate Macs. Like, I'm not saying, like, I'm not talking about whether or not they're bad or good. I just do not like they feel wrong. Like, in all my, all of how I think about, like, UI and all I think about how, like, in-game interact, I think it just doesn't vibe well. I have to wonder the same thing about those AFKers, yeah. Aurora, good to see you, glad to have you. Hello, I finally may have meds for OCD and my anxiety. Gotta let us know how those help. Maybe in a sedative state the next few days. Hope everyone is well. Yeah, they definitely can have that effect on you. My, 12 of mercy. I'm good, I just got off work not long ago. Nice. Awesome, Shion. She's rather large, isn't she? Where's the mins when you need them? Thou keepest curious company, mortal. I see. Though I trust in thy words, thy companions are unknown to me. A token, then, for them to declare their intent. I would have them gather up a Gran Alm and Alvania fallen, and bring it to me. But where the beasts which are drawn by their fragrance? So dragons like flowers, just like we do. Right then, gathering flowers for a dragon. No point in questioning it. Ryle and I will search the lands north of here together. You can take the south. Deathberry! Good to see you, glad to have ya! Wrapping up dailies and I'll hop on. Nice. Y'all got a couple minutes left. I wouldn't be surprised if we go up until the 30, so I wouldn't be surprised if you have at least 20 minutes. Plus, beyond that, I'm gonna have to do, the intro. Now, because the alliance raid for this is wordy, there's a good chance that we may go a bit long today. It depends. If we are, at 7 o'clock and we've only finished one of them, then we're just gonna do two episodes. But if we're getting to 7 o'clock my time and we're on our way to the final one, then we'll go a little long. I loved XP, but then got a Mac with Windows released 8. I loved 7. 7 was great. 8 was made for Windows phones and felt awful. 8.1 was fine. But no, 10 was really good. I liked 10. I liked 7. I liked 10. I liked, so far I'm liking 11. We'll see. Oop, that was the wrong one. Well, here's the quick part for another different quest. Thank you, Hunter, for bringing our nameless brother back. We hope it was not a burden on you. He is no hunter, storyteller. He is adventurer, and we are burdened no more. Look at what we have brought you. What strange-looking plants, yet they have such a delightfully bitter taste. Hey, it's Jysel Greens. We have other good news. We have found our purpose. We will become adventurer too. If we work hard, hunters promise to reward us with food. Food for the colony. You mean the hunters of the east? We thought it safer to limit contact with them, but they give you such delicious rewards. You have done well, Nameless One. With your newfound purpose, we are sure you will ease the hunger of your brothers and sisters. But trading with hunters will not solve all our woes. Much is worse is required for our survival. Yes, much more. Our colony is falling into disrepair. We need metals for our defenses. We need clay for our walls. The One Mind knows this. They seek to impoverish us. The few of our non-mind brothers try to steal such things from the Loth Astanath. They never return. Overmind rages at what he sees as boldness, even though we are mere leeches, partaking of tiny drops of their blood. Tiny drops. Even leeches do not loathe in their own host as much as we. It is shameful that we must still rely on the One Mind to survive. You can rely on us, storyteller. We shall travel to the realm of On and offer our services in exchange for resources. We will bring back precious rewards from beyond. Travel the realm? You mean to cross the hunter's borders to lands beyond? Nameless One, it is too dangerous. Fear not, it is what adventurers do, to explore unknown lands, meet other people, obtain great rewards, strengthen the colonies. You speak strongly of your purpose. Very well. Should you succeed, we shall sever ourselves from the One Mind completely. We can truly become our own masters. But we do not become a pest, seeking work where there is none. The hunters may take offense at your eagerness to obtain rewards. How will you know when your services are required? An adventurer's guild. A place to exchange information and gather requests from others. Nameless one, no such place exists here. If this is your solution, you must start your own. But I am certain you will not be alone. Some of your brothers and sisters will still want for purpose. Seek them out. An adventurer's guild. There's much to do, but first we will introduce you to our brothers. Come, come. Okay. There we go. I'm still on 10, I'm happy to stay there. Yeah, I mean, like, if it's working for you. There were a couple things that were slowing down in 10 that 11 did fix for me, so it was worth it. I ended up finding a Japanese takeout restaurant when the place I wanted a veggie burger was closed due to some shortage. New regular place found. Nice! What'd you get from there, Rory? Haha, I just got Bloodstorm with the Vath. Vath quest is good. It's, you know, like, I think for the most part, the tribal quests get better and better and better, but I like the Heavensward ones are very good. Oh, the FC actions are running out. Gotta restart them. Friendly reminder, if you are on Crystal Curl and like to join an FC, you are more than welcome to join the TFC. Now, if you haven't already joined our Discord, why not consider joining it at a discord.gg/Eorzean archives. I feel like it was a really ambitious idea. Yeah, it made sense for what they were trying to do, but poor execution combined with an inability to compete just meant it did not land well. Yeah, on top of the fact that, like, Windows phones and their mobile sector never took off, right? So, like, the hardware adoption was never good either. Yeah, in theory, conceptually, 8 was a good idea. Not in reality. Or at the very least, conceptually, it wasn't a bad idea, at the very least. Yeah, 8 was not a good time. Especially with how stable 7 was. Like, that's part of it. Awesome voicing there, my dude. Melfina, good to see you, glad to have you, and thank you very much. I got some spring rolls and hibachi salmon. It's really good. Nice. Dude, I'm a salmon fiend. I love salmon. Can I get an invite to the party? Yeah, Xian, here, I'm actually gonna disband this for now. Go to the tea tree, and I'll start inviting people once I get to the point where we're gonna head into the Ivalice raid. What world are we on? We're on Crystal Curl. Thank you, Ray Ray. E-Machine, good to see you, glad to have you. Damn, I had a Windows phone while in college. I liked it, but yeah, I had no app support. Like, the other thing is, they weren't garbage. They weren't. But they were relatively garbage in contrast, you know, if you compared them to most leading Androids or an iPhone, right? Like, that was the problem. Such fragile, fleeting creations. Bring them close, mortal, that I might breathe deep of their essence. Dravanian four-land flower, whose dragons speak, name roughly translates into calming tree. Oh! Actually, I'm gonna make a note of that. Grown Alm. Calming tree in Dravanian. Flame! Good to see you, glad to have you. That which passeth into death, living on in memory. One prepareth now for the journey. Bid farewell to her and mourn, and find the answers thou seekest. Let's get... What's the easiest way out of here? Oh, actually, that will work well. Okay. I'm at the tea tree. Cool. Got my level 50 relic weapon on Curl and started Crystal Tower. Nice, Tracy. You're making good time. Slow but steady. We're just chilling at the tea tree till it's time. Yeah, feel free. You can also probably do like a dungeon or two with the people there if you guys want to like bandy up and like do something in the meantime. Because we have both the warm up with Dark Knight, where I'll probably just be doing 56 today, but then we still have the intro to Ivalice that we got to do. Let me linger a while longer, Hunter. Soon my soul shall take wing. Lady, good to see you. Glad to have you. I shall miss them. Vidofnir bade you come to me. His scent entwined. Ah, I see now. We seek no quarrel, O Ancient One, only answers. Come forward, child. There you are, my beloved. How long hath it been since we soared through the mists? What did you say? Silence, Dark One. He liveth on in you, child. The blood of my beloved floweth strong in thy veins. Yet mingled as it is, 'twas not thee who partook of its essence. Were it not so, thou wouldst have been overcome. Thy progenitors drank deep to spur their own becoming. Then it's true, and the Temple Knights knew. Then they will never stop. They cannot, even if we flee Ishgard. If we can but harness the abyss. Thou speakest strange, Dark One. What dost thou seek? Ho, shrouded in thy rancor, thou standest apart from thy charge. The folly of youth, even the tiny beings who frolic in the mists of some all know a better way. What? Who? No more, Dark One, no more. Farewell, child. Fly free. For us. Goodbye, and thank you. There's not more for us here. To Ishgard. Flame, hey, I'm gonna be lurking while I work. Sounds good. And I'm a grind Praetorium at the same time. Hey, yeah. It's always a good vibe when you can double task. I know that there's nothing better than like trying to get 3 things done at once effectively. Everything is stretched out on my screen and it's driving me nuts. Shion, have you checked your aspect ratio? So, if everything's stretched out, what I would do is I'd go to systems. You could check like also the UI scaling, that might help. But I would just make sure you're on like full screen or borderless windows. And I'd also make sure that your preset is set so that your resolution is correct. Oh my god, is this screen actually 1920 by 997? Interesting. I need to get a good monitor or something. I'm on an old like 720p TV. Goodbye, fluffy hair. It'll come back. But oh my god, my hair is getting like unmanageable. It was so much of a pain. It's so nice to be short and easy to manage for a bit. I have no clue how to fix it. Screen resolution. Dude, you'd be great for an audiobook reading. Oh, Melfina, that's great. Thank you so much for your kind words. I really, really appreciate that. I would love to do audiobook reading. I mean, that's one of the reasons we also do like the short story videos that we do, or you know, as a chance to get to do a lot more stuff like that. And it's been very enjoyable to get better at it as we've been going through the MSQ. Seriously though, I appreciate the kind words. I'd love to do more voice acting stuff. This changes nothing. I swore an oath to protect her, and I mean to uphold it, no matter the cost. So these are the knights who would defy the will of Hydaelyn. She's found us. My lady surely knows she will find few friends here. Blessed are we who abide in her grace, for we shall never be forsaken. One day I, Ystrid de Calionot shall walk in her halls, and you shall answer for your deeds. Bitch, you go into the hell of ice. Will you stand before her and claim that you were righteous, that it was just to take so many lives in defense of that abomination? Repent of your sins and surrender to me. The Fury may yet spare your souls. So yours is the righteous cause. To condemn a girl to death for her parents' deeds. This is the will of Hydaelyn. Yes, it is. If you will not see reason, even with full knowledge of the facts, then I make to you all a final offer. Submit to trial by combat. Survive and you may go in peace. Fall and it is mine. Refuse and I will put this tavern to the torch and have the heads of every man, woman, and child here. Any who dare harbor you will suffer the same, here or elsewhere. This I swear to you. Would that we could settle this here and now, but I'd wager your men at the doors would take offense. As you wish, my lady, you shall have your trial. I shall send a messenger with details. Mother, wait! I should have them cut out your tongue. Riel, what in seven hells is going on? She told them to take me. She said I wasn't hers, that I was... Why didn't you tell me this was all your mother's doing? I bled for you. Frey died for you. We had the right to know. I didn't mean for... God's damn it all. Leave us, Elio. I need time to think. How goes? It goes good, lady. Yes, the Dank Knight. This Dark Knight quest story is amazing. Yeah, Dark Knight, Red Mage, and Scholar are currently my highest rated. There are some that I want to replay, like Ninja, that I haven't played in a while, that I want to refresh my memory on, but I'm pretty sure that those are going to stay my top 3 for a while. Okay. Where do I go to unlock? Because I mean, obviously it's in Hingashi, but let's travel there real quick. Let me catch up on you guys first. Gods, I cannot wait for more dragon stuff. Black Flame, you guys and your just dragon love. I'm using my TV as a monitor currently. Yeah, it's probably the aspect ratioing then. I love dragons. Yeah, I'm always fascinated. Like, I like dragons, don't get me wrong. I find them, like, you know, classic fantasy trope and all that. I had not realized how many people just in and of themselves are, like, huge dragon fans and dragon nuts. Dream of Shirogane, Sons of Kikugane, Dramatis Personae. I think that might be it. Let's find out. Return to Ivalice quest. Now, also, I'd recommend that you do, if you haven't done this Alliance raid yet, the Return to Ivalice, I highly recommend you do it now, either with me or on the side, because if you want to do Baja, you have to have completed it. Yep, I was right, Dramatis Personae. Mighty Dragon, I seek brain juice. Where does one somewhat pinpoint the Dark Knight quest for 5060 in the MSQ? I would say pretty co-tangent with what's going on. So I would say, like, you'd basically assume if you're at the 56 part of the 56 quest, you would be roughly definitely up to 3.0. So I think you could guess that certain parts of it may take place after you finish the events in Az's Law, but in general, I would say roughly, if you're in the 56, you would be roughly around the Churning Mists. You know, you've already clearly met Vidofnir. You've already clearly, she, you know, the dragon that we just met also references the Mughals, right? So I would guess right now it would assume that we're around the Churning Mists. But you could also guess that if the adventure that we're going on with Estini and Hydaelyn and everything is a linear one, that perhaps parts of this are actually happening after 3.0. Yay, pain at multitasking. Oof. If you're happy with it, then I'm happy too, yo. Oh. Yeah. Dark Knight story, yeah. I'm still wondering how Hydaelyn feels about her dang children followers. Like, where do these church zealots get those stones? I mean, dude, that's religion for you. That's people interpreting text for their own ends. Dude, what shader are you using? Your game looks awesome. So I used a custom G shade that we created. And if you want access to it, if you go join our Discord, it's pinned over in there for people who would like to use it. And it's meant to be very low CPU cost while also upping like the aliasing, contrast, and just look overall, giving it a little bit of an extra polish. Zach, good to see you, glad to have you. Kigu, good to see you, glad to have you. G-Shade, yeah. Quest is the shopping street. Thank you, Ray Ray. I literally grew up with dragon things, dragon tails, dragon tails, dragon tails, dragon heart, dragon ball. Man, all the dragons, yeah. I guess it makes sense, Black Flame. Yeah, thank you, V. Yep. Lolly Ho! Artemis, good to see you, glad to have you. Lolly Ho, I'm here to recover from insurance nightmares that I didn't even resolve. Oh, Artemis, mood. Yeah, Ray Ray, if you enjoyed the stream and you're already a member of our Discord, why not come join us at our discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Thank you, Ray Ray. Also, since it's a new, I have the maid outfit coming because you guys charitably rose all the money for the maid outfit. But also, the next thing is there is a group on Etsy that creates little chibi figures of people's characters from 14. So the next funding goal is to raise so we can buy a little Elio that I can put up in the background. And then after that, I may save up money in the future to get all of the cast of the Eorzean Archives team. So get a little one of Ray Ray, of V, of Issa, of Naniri, and just so they'll be up in the background. But currently, obviously, we're at 0%. Don't forget Spyro. Oh, yeah, Spyro. Yeah, there you go. The poor forgotten knight and zealots keep trying to burn it down. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but zealots religious zealots tend to hate the poor. The unclean. Well, okay, also, it depends on the religion, but if you're being loosely based off of clearly, like, Catholic. Well, okay. Dogma shouldn't hate the poor, but in real execution of those of retributive zealotry tend to. Welcome, my lord. There is a young maiden here who would speak with you. Oh, hey! It's newspaper time. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. Oh, I need to switch over to Samurai. Whoops.
And here he is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I am Lena Murilla, correspondent for The Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi.
Uh-oh. My headphones just turned off. I've actually never had to say her name out loud.
But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you pass by.
Devins, you made Miss Vidofnir. I'm so sorry. Good to see you. Glad to have you.
No, I'm here because... actually, it's best you heard from Alma. I am but an observer. Alma, come. I found him.
I know that music.
Is this adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed, it is.
Ooh.
Please, I beg of you, find my father. You are his only hope. It's all right, Alma. We're attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We'll wait for you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing.
Ray, I wonder if it is. I can check. We can check it real quick. Hey, Jan, good to see you, glad to have you. Good afternoon. I think I'll join for the race today. I really like those fights, even though I didn't really follow the story since I didn't play 12 or Tactics. Okay, here's what I'll say. They are deeply referencing 12 and Tactics, but I think people misunderstand that, like, they're referencing and using them as an inspirational base, but they do completely different things. So, like, it's not, like, even if you know 12 and Tactics, it's, like, a completely different direction with them. It would be like saying knowing 4 and then talking about the 4 fiends, right? It's, like, very different. Or knowing Anima and then the use of Anima is put to in 14. But that said, Matsuno also is just, his writing is just, like, everything in the kitchen sink throwing at you. And also, there's just a lot of bits and bobs of it that aren't explained particularly wonderfully. Let me... I've also just spent a long time. I'm not a huge Matsuno stan. Like, I love what Matsuno does. Let me know if my audio's not great, by the way, guys. I'm gonna readjust a little bit. I like 12. I like every time Matsuno's on a writing team. I just don't like his work as much when he's writing solo. This may be a little off topic, but do you think they'll touch on Ishgardians being able to transform by drinking dragon blood again? I mean, have you done the Firmamenty machine? Because they do touch on it somewhat. I think they'll touch on it? I don't know. I mean, like, maybe there might be a quest sometime in the future of, like, someone who willingly chose to do it in a world in which dragons and us are... But I don't know how much there's left to explore that hasn't already been explored through the mythology, through Heaven's Word, through the firmament, you know? Demands, good to see you, glad to see you, have you. Willow, good to see you, glad to have you. Chibi Naniri, yes, please. Yeah, Chibi Naniri is a must. Had to brush rescue dog named Shorty now. Aww. More like meow, yeah. The cat automatopoeia names. Damn it, I missed the art, but my point stands. I never understood the lore story of Ivalice, so this is a great time for me to learn. Yeah, Zach, now's a good time. Last time I played this, I had not played Tactics. I had played 12, but I hadn't played Tactics. So I'm hoping that I'll have a little more of an appreciation for it this time around. I still need to shop around for a monitor. I have no idea what I'm looking for. Me too, Artemis. I need to upgrade, but I don't know what I'm looking for. It's been a long time since I've ever shopped for a nicer monitor. If there's one thing I can appreciate about the Ivalice raids, it gives me my alma outfit. The story, not so much. Yeah, truly. Just looked it up. It's Muriria. Yeah. Yeah, I've done Firmament, Wholesome. Yeah. Ugh, I hate being sick. Kigu, me too. I just got getting over being sick, so I feel for you. My empathy to you. That might be why I couldn't really follow it. It felt like a lot going on. There is... So Matsuno... Okay, so this happens, and this happens in Baja, and this happens in Ivalice, and this happens in a lot of times, especially when Matsuno's writing solo. He just chucks a lot of world building at you, but then, like, in a way that's not really digestible easily, and not in a way that's, like, abstracted enough that, like, clearly... the story wants you to go and seek that information. Instead, it's like the story is just going along its pace with a bunch of really important key information hidden away on the sides that instead of making... It's not like, you know, like Soulsian lore where you're like trying to pick up things and like piece it together, right? That's one end. And then there's a very linear like narrative where everything's being given to you straight. With Matsuno stuff, it's like, here's some major character motivations and developments, and I put it off in a little like note off on the side, even though this is the sort of thing that would have been kind of imperative for the mainline story. And he does that kind of thing relatively frequently, and I'm just not a fan of his way of doing it. And I think some people it works for them really well, some people it doesn't. I don't mean to like criticize like objectively bad. I just think I think it's weaker for it. Is it harsh to say that Ivalice is narratively weakest of the Alliance raids? I don't think it's harsh to say. I think I've actually talked to a couple of content creators who I think vehemently disagree with that. I know quite a few that think it's the best. I actually also would say that I think Nier is weaker, because as much as I'm a huge fan of Nier as I am, the Nier one, I think more does really kind of need you to have played Nier Automata, or at least one of the Nier games, to like kind of make coherent sense at all, and even then it kind of doesn't. But because it's so sectioned off from the rest of the 14 lore, it can kind of just be enjoyed as a little side story, and the aspect of the dwarves that's built on is like successful. And so like for me, I think you could easily argue Nier is weaker in a sense, but because Ivalice actually ends up being a really important lore aspect of like Othar's history, and the level to which it's both not explained and explained not a bunch in other ways, makes it, you know, a bit of a push and pull. A cool thing with Ivalice, forgive, can't spell, no worries. You get access to their hair for dudes and ladies, and the story is done at Golden Saucer. After the story, yeah, no, I mean like the glams and stuff, the music. I even think they may not be my favorite, but like even the Alliance raids are good. Like the Alliance raids are a good time. So like I don't think Ivalice are in many ways bad. I don't even think the story's bad. You know, I just think its delivery mechanism has not been my favorite. But maybe this second time through, I'll appreciate it a lot more. So we'll find out. Yeah, Baja had some Chonka lore dumping, and in weird ways. I also have other thoughts about Baja, but we'll get to that eventually. Seeing a lot of great time to fix that. Yeah, a thing to bear in mind is that 12 is Star Wars and Fran is Chewbacca. 12 is Star Wars in so many ways that it's hilarious. Ash is just Leia. And then, yeah, and Balthier is just Han. There's so much about 12 like Vaughn is just Luke effectively, and like it's basically William Shakespeare did a Star Wars. That is what 12 is, but with JRPG elements. Des, thank you for your membership. Thank you for the memberships. Milfina, enjoy your emotes. I'm gonna try and nail down why the scenes moment-to-moment stuff drives me insane in this raid, because it'll really bounce off me. Yeah, love to talk about it as we go. Nier doesn't make sense to be there. Dude, Nier does make sense. It just doesn't make sense if you haven't played any of Nier Automata, or if you're like missing out understanding about Drakengard, or if you're like, I think you can absolutely criticize for that. Nier as a plot, it's kind of nonsensical in terms of. It's nonsensical in terms of, like, it being all over the place, but it does make coherent sense within the confines of Nier. It just is a wild ride even within that. And so I don't mean to defend it in saying that, like, oh, it's completely easy. You just have to know these things and play all these games that aren't 14 and stuff. I criticize it for that very much so. But it isn't complete nonsense. It isn't complete bullshit. Yeah. I like Ivalice fights, don't care for the theme. I like the Nier theme, but don't like the fights. That's so funny you say that, Black Flame. I've met a lot of people who don't love the fights. The Nier fights are my #1 favorite Alliance raid fights by, like, far and away. Adore the Nier fights. Love them so much. So I'd love to hear why you don't. I've heard a lot of different reasons, so I you know. In my opinion, Nier feels so out of place. It's so tonally aesthetically different. It feels so fantasy to me. I just don't like it being in 14, but You know, some people feel that way. Yeah. I like 12, but the battle system made it very difficult difficult for me to play. Yeah. Tactics, 12 does go back to Yoshi idea that 14 is a combination of all the Final Fantasy. Yeah. I love the Nier raids, but I'm not keen on all the dwarf self-referential nonsense. All I know is someone from Nier doomed humanity. Honestly, it's not even Nier. It's more really Drakengard. And Nier lore is a whole thing. Don't worry about it. What I'm thinking I might do is, like, as we get closer to the Nier raids, because, like, with Ivalice, like, you can get away without playing Tactics or 12, but with the Nier raids, I might, like, do, like, a 24-hour live stream of just playing through all of Nier Automata to explain, or, like, maybe even spend a week just, like, playing Nier Automata and, like, giving an explanation of Drakengard, just because I think that will make people appreciate them more. It may not make you like it, that's fine. I think the thing for me that works about Nier is that because it's siloed off, because of the nature of the interdimensional rifts, because of the nature of Nier, and because it's on the first rather than in the source. So, like, for me, I don't mind that. I also, like, I don't disagree that it's not unfair to call it fan servicey to a certain degree. I mean, I guess I would say more referential. But man, I mean, fan service might be wrong. But I guess I would just say that Ivalice is very much in that same ballpark, which isn't to defend Nier or even necessarily to criticize Ivalice. I think it's just like, I mean, Crystal Tower is that for Final Fantasy III to, like, an extreme degree. Like, the Crystal Tower raids are basically what if you did Final Fantasy III plus Graha. Then, like, you know, Void Ark is unique-ish, still referential. Ivalice is super referential, Nier super referential, Agalea we're back to original. So it's really the Void Ark and Agalea that have been the, like, most original. Let's get going here.
As I said before, I think it's better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barrage. If not, it's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gate guard Mine Gumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him and when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Mine Gumo. I don't know what the Mine means, but Gumo probably could be Kumo, like, cloud, or Gumo could be cloud or spider. Thank you for coming, Elio. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Guardian one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle.
Oh, so I have some fun lore about this shuttle that I want to mention. About not the shuttle, the Prima Vista, this ship. So this ship was created by Solus Zosgalvis because he loved theater so much. And if you know who Solus Zosgalvis is, and you know his love for the theatrical, the fact that he made this ship just to give it away to someone, just to give it to the Eorzean version of William Shakespeare, is rather hilarious and in character. Brian, good to see you. Glad to have you. Let me get that. Oh, okay. Airship reference points. Actually, I think it's earlier on. I think it's... Yeah, here we go. The Prima Vista. The theater barge built in the Imperial Magitech factory. Its design is credited to the engineer Baku, one of the privileged few beastmen suffered to abide in the capital. Dwarfing an Aurora-class vessel, it boasts a sumptuous stage upon its deck, along with seating for an audience of several hundred. A known patron of the arts, Emperor Solus Zos Galvus gifted the vessel to the famed Majestic Imperial Theater Company, which has since journeyed to the farthest reaches of the Empire to enchant and enthrall audiences beyond count. Thank you for the reminder, V! To be honest, anything plus Graha would be popular right now. It's true. Yeah, but at least CT is already FF World, so I think it's acceptable. I guess for me, like, I don't... But, like, it's... To me, like, it's a very different... Like, even, like, Ivalice is a very different and specific aesthetic compared to, like... To me, Nier is no different than Magitech in a lot of ways, and, like, the visual design for Ivalice is already very different to 14. So, like, I see what you're saying, and I totally, like, respect that, like... disparate, break, it seems like makes them further apart, but because they're both like square, like to me there's a sensibility that's shared to an extent. But yeah, I know it sounds controversial for some reason with how Ivalice was written. I somehow became apathetic for all the NPCs. I don't think that's controversial. I think that's like where I was at too, Yukio. Maybe I'll be different this time around. Seems legit. Can't imagine what you're hinting at, Elio. I think a little bit of lore for Solus is my favorite part of this raid. Yeah. But yeah, I've definitely heard that from a lot of people. I don't think you're alone, and I don't think that's I don't disagree that that's like an understandable response.
The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the Majestic Imperial Theater Company. You can keep that jerk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least no known spies. That's what I'm worried about. Yep, we've done that all the way through the entire thing. We've matched the job for it. However, we will be on Monk for 4.1 because if you look at the trailer for 4.1, it's Monk. However, you go back to being a samurai all throughout 4.2 onwards. Ask anyone and they'll readily attest. The Majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the three great continents and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts, who supported various theater troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very ship, that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now all the theater troops, domestic and foreign, must submit their work for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned, and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders? Well, they're never heard from again. The policy has effectively left prelates with one of two options: compromise their creative integrity to curry favor with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a third option, to express his disapproval for the new Emperor's policies obliquely and ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outbursts. I'm Alma Bas Lexentel, daughter of Principal Jomis Sen Lexentel. Mayhap you've heard of my father's latest plays, the Zodiac Brave story? On the surface, it's an innocent retelling of well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censor's attention. But beneath it is something quite different, a fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, the noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here. Right. Allow me, Lena. Allow me, Lena. Sid! I've known Genomus since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane, looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. No one's surprised. Genomus and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet, no matter where our conversations began, it would invariably end with him telling how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troop was to be his path into people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Genomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Art will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must need embrace our calling and take to the skies so others might do the same. Willow, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. We'll get that chibi statue in no time. What I'm trying to say, rather poorly, I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those, like Almost Father and myself, whose love for the country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamegan, or a Doman who has watched his family consumed in flames of Magitech Reapers. How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at an opportunity to help an Imperial search for a missing father, and in Garlean territory, no less? But you're different. You have seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So, what say you? Would make a poor adventure. I would make a poor adventurer were I to shy away from adventure. Indeed. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search. Shortly before my father's disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please, follow me. Samurai for anything in Othard and Monk and Alamigo. Pretty much. I mean, basically, what you want to look at is you want to look at the cinematic trailers and the gameplay trailers. Those will tell you for the most part. But yeah, as far as we can tell, that's basically the breakdown. That's how I'm going to do it. Yeah, Kiku, as far as I can tell, every evidence suggests that you're right. Every piece of evidence that I've found suggests that you're right. Daniel, good to see you. Glad to have you. We need more TV screens. Give Eorzea a TV, goddammit. And then let them air Blitzball on it. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of a mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Jomis simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. Delita was one of the main characters in Tactics. And the other hero, I'm assuming, is probably... a second hero? According to my father's studies, the young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. So this part so far is literally just the Tactics story. So what... Yet the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the pauper's rise to regent. I do really like Blitzball, yes, Daniel. I am quite a fan of Blitzball. I'm also just a really big Final Fantasy X fan, so, I mean, that's part of why I'm such a Blitzball stan. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did the father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Genomus firmly in his grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge. Was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Nagsha, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmascan desert. Poor Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, until the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmascan desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Dalmasca is, well, technically it's both, but it is 12. It is 12. Is a nation in 12, and it's a major part of that story, as well as the Damascus Eastern and Western Sand. Existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals. Crystals like any others. Oricite. My father called them Oricite, and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12, it's magnificent. Evalician legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather Oricite that young Delita rises to prominence. That's also an aspect that exists in tactics. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell us how Oricite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively. The stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Higashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, he would oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that it was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters ago. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Koshak, good to see you, glad to have you. Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Hey look, it's the asshole. Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce... Enough, Master Sid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans. We still have our pride, unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for his character. In all the time I have known him, he has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed, color or beyond, blind his judgment. You are lucky to have him. But we would have you, Master Garlemald. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. I'm sorry. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanastre, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Rabanastre into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw an opportunity to rescue my father and took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital? My father's fascination with Evalician legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city long before the war. Called it premonition, but something tells me that is where we has returned. Now you must excuse me. I need some time to think. Now, Artemis, I feel you. And I'll get to this point in just a second. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Elio's capable hands. He has ever repaid my trust with interest. You do well to grant him yours. Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness. I don't know that there's literally anything wrong with the pacing of the cutscenes, but I swear to God, every Matsuno cutscene is like at least 1.5 times longer than like what it feels like it should be. And I don't know if that's just me. Okay, let's catch up on you guys. Artemis, let's see. I've seen the Nier fights, and they're the ones I'm most excited to get to one day. They look sick, at least, and we've talked about my feeling on Nier story. Yeah. Issue 1, exposition is delivered in a whack order. Shadowbringers is lengthy expo dumps, but they're enthralling. This doesn't work for me. I think it has to do with context delivery. Yep, Artemis, cool. Same, 100% with you on that. Shadowbringer tend to start with, here's the stated goal, here's the context, flesh out the goal, and also, here's let's root it in character motivations, even though, like, Stormblood does that. I think this is going to hit on your second point that you're going to get to, which is, here's a billion lines of dialogue for context, you don't know what the goal is, you don't know why you should care, yeah. And then, I bet your point 2 is about characters. Characters really don't do just be showing up. It was a whiplash inducing. Cid comes out of nowhere, Ramsey comes out of nowhere, later Dramaturges and Moogles come out of nowhere, and I think more than that, they're just not that as strong characters for me. Wait, is 4.5 Samurai, though? Yes, at least the scene at the start of the Shadowbringers trailers, and it's in, or at least near Alamigo. Yeah, so 4.2 to 4.5 is. And the Gimlet Dark, it's still Samurai, and we know it's still Samurai because of the gameplay trailer and the cinematic trailer. So yeah, that is one example of, like, where technically that is Girabanya, Alamigo. Well, it's technically not. It's the Gimlet Dark is technically outside of Girabanya. So technically it managed to do it, but yeah, that is one case where it's a little different. I feel I skipped so much of the story, just got rushed on my way to Boza. So nice to be learning it now. Nice, Brian. Yeah, I know that it felt like such a text dump the first time I did it. So this is the first time I'm replaying the story. I'm saying this once Ramza is one of the few FFXIV NPCs I do not enjoy partying with. Yeah. Final Fantasy X is my second favorite, just after 9. Nice, Daniel. Neri really likes 9. But yeah, 10 is my favorite single player one. I'm hoping 16 might give it a run for its money. Wait, is the MSQ stream or Ivalice raid stream? So Tam, so every expansion we do the MSQ, and then when we finish the .0, we do the Alliance raids, the raids, and the trial series. Ramza shows up narrator, and then there's this asshole. That pup has some teeth, yeah. God, I've forgotten what a prick Ramza is, yeah. Yeah. I hate being cursed labeling them issue number, but chat would count limitations all. No, Artemis, I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to hit on them. And I think all these can be true and it still not be bad, you know? Also, does Ramza's face look like a certain major Pandemonium raid NPC, or am I crazy? Oh my god, it really does look like Themis. I totally see it. Huh. Crazy. Really had a hard time to be sympathetic with Garleans when we have Ramza. Cid and somewhat Nero was the only few Garleans I can be happy to part with. What about Lucia? What about Max? What about, like, there are a lot of Garleans who are sympathetic, and also, you know, on top of that, there are Garleans who are pitiable in terms of, like, I mean, also what about the Miure? What about the you know, I think there's quite a few. And on top of that, there's a lot of context given to communicate the level to which they've been, you know, how many have been, like, inundated with cultural propaganda and fear to the point of not knowing reality. I'm excited for 16 so much. Yeah, me too, Shiam. Okay, I think I may have missed when you did this in the Way with Heaven's Word. Yeah, if you go back, we did Binding Coils, Crystal Tower, and well, there was no trial series for that, but we did Warring Triad, Alliance Ray, Void Arc, and Alexander. We may wait to do the trial series for this until around 4.3-ish, just for the sake of it, just to give us a little bit of a split. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold judgment until after Dalmasca.
Lucia is Ishgardian at heart. No, but she's a Garlean. She defected, but she is a Garlean. She is a Garlean. She, for her sword to Ishgard, she serves them, but she is like, she even says as much. She is a Garlean at heart. It is her home, but she recognizes, she's like Cid and everyone else. Lucia is actually from Garlemald, even though she's an Ishgardian. Yeah. I mean, like, she even talks about this at certain points as well. I think you can't just choose to ignore people's nation state or the fact that they are from those, and they are examples of people choosing to do better and defect from the monstrous actions of their home. You know, because you have,
you know? And that's to say nothing, those are also pureblood guardians. That's not to talk about any of the people from the provinces. Sorry, Yukio, if you come out with me with a point like that, I have thoughts, so I'll go to defend it. Sorry I can come across as forceful. Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing armies, but would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. It super does look like Themis' face. I totally see it. That's wild. I'm not going to be able to unsee that now. I agree. It's his premier example of doing that. Yeah, and there are others that I'm forgetting too. Like there are actually a lot of pureblood guardians that did defect or have been, you know, or recognize the flaw of their, recognize the the actions of their nation state. Again, like all the Reapers, the Lemure, and all of their group. There's a lot of stuff on that. And there's also a lot of stuff on the, like, when pureblood guardians became, who lived in the capital, became aware of the reality of what they were doing, because they didn't know, like, how bad it was or what it was like. Like, when some of them, like, went to Corvos for the first time and they were like, oh my god, this is what we're doing? They defected. You know, so it's worth remembering that. And that's not to absolve them of any responsibility, but it's to say that, like, it's not like everyone knows everything and is just choosing to continue to be cruel, malicious, sadistic, fascist, or totalitarian. Well, complete our descent to Rabanastre in the shuttle. By the way, I will be using the Final Fantasy XII pronunciations of all these names, so don't at me if you don't like them. They are just how they are said in 12, with voice acting. Ramsa? I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come, we're wasting time. Artemis, I can't check right now. I bet you could. But I'm not certain. The royal city of Rabanastre. You can feel free to at me. You can at me. Dude, if you at me, great. It makes it easier to know people want to talk to me about something. When people at me in the Discord, it makes my life easier because it's just a notification. Cool, I can go check, I can go talk to people and then set aside. Whereas if people don't at me, like I don't always have time to check the Discord 24/7 or the chat. I like talking to you guys. Crazy, I know. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. Interesting. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then your father believes that the Rabanastre sits atop the royal city of Lysalia, capital of Ivalice. But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous! Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Pah, you kinda are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. The level of hypocrisy in that is breaking my meter. Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth into a group that is not only incredibly wealthy, but has subjugated others in order to accrue that wealth. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Landlords be like. Okay, Ramza, yeah. Yes, yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. I don't think it's identical, yeah, an identical face Artemis, but I totally see it. Bagaman. You see, it is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? These guys are from 12. Fool, do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call him. Warrior of light. Rabbinaster is also a big 12 thing. A lot of the music that we've been hearing is also tactics. Or like tactics ogre, or basically all of Matsuyo's works. Okay. To Rabbinaster! Hold on, father. Help is on the way. Ramza's a dick. I mean, you cannot expect me to walk away from this. If the legend of Ivalice is true, the public has a right to know. Okay, come into the tea tree, guys. Let's pick some of you guys up. I'm excited for season, but I hope it isn't constantly grim. You need some levity. 14 is really good with this, in my opinion. Yeah, Daniel, I bet you there's gonna be levity. I bet there's gonna be joy to it. I don't think it's gonna be grim dark. I do think it's gonna be mature. I do think it's gonna be heavy. But I don't think I think there will be levity. I think there might be less than some, but I thought your cursor was mine. Oh, a bunch of guys did that. It's not forceful, it's excited. Thank you, Ray Ray. I appreciate that. I agree. Will we ever see more of Dalmasca after Endwalker? Not trying to spoil, as it's situated in the fog. So if you look, oh, Shion, let's get you a friend. Accept friend. If you look at the map, so it's currently, so once you do the Ivalice raids and get into it, this cloud cover disappears. Dalmasca is right here. So there's the Golmore jungle over, you know what? Here, let me just pull up my map so we can talk about this easier. Maps. PC view. So, if you look here, this is Dalmasca. This is the Dalmasca Wester Sand and the Dalmasca Easter Sand. It's broken up here down these sides. Baja is over here. Volnane is over here, and that is this is Dalmasca Superior, and this is Dalmasca Inferior. This is the Golmore Jungle. The Orbone Monastery is somewhere around here-ish. And then this is Nagsha over here. Do I think there's a point at which we'll go to Volnane? Or, like, go to more of this stuff? I think so. It's just a question of when. Now, the problem is that there's not a lot to, like, make a map out of the Eastern Sand or Western Sand. And there's not a lot... We've already been to the Golmore Jungle in terms of going to the Orbone Monastery, and there's not really... We haven't ever been to Nagsha, so we do need to explore Nagsha. And we could... Volnane could be a launching point for going to Mericidia, because Mericidia is, like, due south this way. Also, if we ever get an actual... Hingashi, like, get to go to, like, the actual islands of Hingashi, like, Koshu and stuff, and, like, Bugyo, the capital and stuff. It would make sense, you know, Volnane going there, like, going to explore more of this region. So, will it happen? Maybe. Maybe someday. It's just a question of when. Okay, if people are going to join me for the Alliance raid, can you come join me over here, and we will figure out, if there's more than 8, we'll figure it out. Oh, you know what we can do? Can't we? We can make a party finder. Recruit members, alliance, Royal City of Rabbinaster. Right. Comment. Objective. Well, you guys don't who know. Form a private mark. Okay. The password is going to be 6969. That should be good. Yep. Okay.
So, you want to go to the Party Finder, and you want to find the Royal City of Rabanastre trial. Which will be under raids, I think, or something. And I'll respond to you guys in the meantime. Face custom. Okay, face is custom. Cool. I do enjoy growing fat on the sweat. Ramses' eyes are a little flatter, his eyebrows are a little thinner, his center is less arched, and the blue of his eyes is a different color. I almost have 200 minions. Nice, Xion. Nice. Thanks, Kiku. Thanks for the good luck. Interesting. Thank you, Tam. I just reached the point at Endwalk where you meet a survivor of prey. It's such a nice callback and slightly disconcerting to find someone you gave PTSD. Yeah. I can join for raids. Yeah, if you're gonna join us, join it. You gotta come now. I will wait to make sure that you have to go to the Party Finder if you want to join, and the password is 6969. And if you don't join my party, it's okay because you'll be able to join the Alliance. We cannot invite you, Jan. You will have to check the Party Finder. So go to private. It's not under Data Center, it's under private on the far right, and then you click on Royal City of Rabanastre. The way she calls us a monster, Ray was hurtful and yet understandable. That's the thing, is right. It's like, it's hurtful. It can even potentially be, to an extent, wrong, but also you can understand where they're coming from, right? All of you guys. Sloppy! 808! Michi, good to see you, glad to have you. Hello, new to your channel. Well, glad to have you join. Looking forward to hearing you go through Ivalice raids while working. Sounds great, man. Yeah, I hope you enjoy. Hope you enjoy the content, too. Our video content. Of course it is. I need the healer pants from Orbone. Okay, which group is Willow in? Willow is going to be in the other group. So that means, okay. Well, make sure, I guess it won't matter because it's the healer pants. You heard it here, Willow is pantsless. When is that never not true? We're the average Garlean soldiers, Xenos. Quick check in chat. Anybody else planning to come? I can wait for a little bit longer, but then we're going to head out. The one other thing, remember to go to Party Finder, private, 6969. The one thing I do want to ask is, does anybody here need any of the glamour from any of the three? Because if so, I would like to make sure that you get it, but you got to let us know ahead of time so that nobody rolls on it. Okay, let's make sure that we got Jan. Okay, Jan's good. Okay. I am going to do a ready check then. Oh, cool. It does it for everyone. That's nice. Black Flame, Xion, can I get a confirmation? Is there a way to turn off something in the settings so I don't have to see a notification every time I reach cap with causality? I don't think you can turn that off, no. I may be wrong, though. But off the top of my head, I don't think you can. The Archer set is Balthier's outfit from 12. Yeah, it's very good. Now I want the healer set from the new raids. Okay, from Agalea. Cool. Well, if anybody changes their mind, don't feel afraid to ask. So let's get it going then, guys. We're actually making decent time already. 1 to 8 party, 3 parties, 3 parties with at least 1 member each are necessary when... Oh, fuck, I forgot about this. Okay. I forgot that in order to do it, you actually have to have the full 24. Oh, no, with 1 member each. Okay, can I have anyone from one of the Alliance? Can I get 1 person to join Alliance C? I just need 1 person to join Alliance C, and then it'll be fine. I forgot you don't have to have everything, you just have to have 1 in each alliance. Perfect. Thank you, Black Flame, I really appreciate that. We're good to go? Look at how many people we got for this. What a crew. Thanks for all coming out, guys, I appreciate it. What? What do you mean there's not... Oh, come on. Is it really gonna block us? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Jan, Willow, and Flame, you guys want to make a party and try to sync up with us? Because the thing is, there's not going to be a ton of people running it, so if we all press start at the same time, it'll work. If you're not a full... You can only do it as undersized if you're not at a full 24. Yeah, Cool. So what we're gonna do is, yeah, we're gonna break up. Could the 8 people who are in my party come stand here with me real quick? You don't need 2 nades tanks for Alliance raid. And then Willow and all you guys, could you guys make a party real quick? V, I think you were with me too. Yeah, sweet. Okay, so what we're gonna do is it's 4:17 right now. How close are we to? Oh, can I not click on that? That's stupid. 4:18. Okay, at the 19, so in about 60 seconds, we're all gonna go in to get. We're all gonna like start Royal Rabbit City Rabbinaster. So there's going to be a delay, obviously, from when I'm speaking to you guys, but, how do I check? Oh, okay, I found another thing I don't like that Windows 11 does. It doesn't tell me how many seconds until the next minute. I'm going to have to change that. Minute 19. Go for it. On the bright side, we just got an insta-pop for Rabbinaster, whereas I've seen people wait 6 hours and not get Rabbinaster, so I'll take it. I think we got it. Nice. Oh god, the red chocobos! PTSD! Ah, the comets! The comets! Basha. Healer tank is best for Q, yeah. Typically. Do I see a Willow? Red Shocktober, yeah. Hunt for Red Shocktober. Oh, for once I'm not a tank while doing these. I guess I'll actually get to enjoy myself. I just said hey all to all of you guys. You guys are all my partner. Everyone remember your lost reflect. I see a Willow. Hey, we got it. Look at those sweet chocobos. I'm sure they will never cause trauma at any point in the future. Tank is best in everything except ally, as there are a few compared to D. Yes, yeah. Alliance raid is the main one. Sometimes healer is up. Something foul. Oh. Here. My father's somewhere inside. I can feel it. There's no these are no ordinary birds. Something foul prevents our crossing. Where its numbers breathe. Where its numbing breath. You do not fear me. You will. Rise, dark water, grant me strength. Goddess of ice, be my blade. Oh god, I don't have the muscle memory for Sam. We'll see how badly this goes. Because as we all know, people struggle with the Evilician raids. They're the main ones I've only ever had wipes on. Ichigo, good to see you, glad to have you. Back, see the stream at the start of winter break for the semester. Nice. Hope you enjoy your time off. Mateus. Yeah. That joke is a bit of a reach. Yeah. It's too bad we don't ever see Zalera, though. Zalera's cool, man. Motherfucker's a vampire skeleton with a lady on his arm. What's not to love? Friendly reminder to not step on the ice, and also don't drown. If you're wondering what I mean by drown, you'll see momentarily.
Freeze, dark waters. Steal my body. Steal my resolve.
You can wipe on anything if you really try. Okay, that's fair. That's good general life advice we got there from Ray Ray. Okay, you know what? So far, so good. Not bad, not bad. Oh, here comes the drowning. Make sure to use the bubbles, don't run out of breath. I'm so glad I broke that one further away. If you let those things break the bubbles, they will make it so that we're all fucked. Do not let them break them. Okay. Or let them break the bubbles. It's fine. Oh, good.
Pretty creatures, still you do not fall.
Come on, stay away from everybody. Use limit. Okay.
Fools, you have not seen the limit of my reach.
Sid was not mistaken in his assessment of your skill in battle. Still, I worry that something even more sinister awaits us ahead. Also, if you haven't seen these teleport crystals before, these are the Final Fantasy XII teleport crystals. Seek bandits! It appears the deplorable creatures are here to raid abandoned homes. You ain't supposed to be here. Finders keepers. Should we kill them? Seek are from Final Fantasy XII and Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced. It's funny, like a bunch of the races people think of as like tactics are actually not in the original Tactics at all. And that's why like a lot of the elements that I actually like about the Eorzean universe are none of them are in the Tactics. They're only in like Tactics Advanced and 12. Speaking of time off, I'm going to lie down, hope my stomach settles, have fun. I hope you feel better, Tam. It was good to see ya. Gwyn, good to see you, glad to have ya. Oh no, this boss, at least it isn't the math one. Am I the only one who doesn't struggle with the math one? This is the part where we cut forward to about an hour from now where I'm struggling deeply with the math one. But seriously, I feel like I don't have that much trouble with that one. And I don't think I'm that good at math. I don't think I'm particularly good at math. I was literally gonna say, hey, I mean Zalera, and then realized it was not, and I was about to make a fool of myself. Math is Lighthouse. Yeah, it's the next one. This is Ritterana. I like the math boss. I like the math boss too. The math is so easy. Yeah, V, we know you good at math. You code. I don't math fast, that's the problem. Yeah, that's fair. It does ask you to math pretty like quick. The worst part of this boss is the people popping all the bubbles. Yeah.
My father mentioned the Empire using their might to put down rebellions within cities. But this destruction is too widespread. What if the creatures we fought earlier are... another of the twisted others? This is not the work of the Empire. Something is wrong here.
Hushmal, bringer of order. Without order, creation is doomed to descend into chaos. I bring that order. You will kneel. Watch out for the towers. Come! The cleansing flame will seal all wounds. Damn it, I missed him on the left. Oop, I didn't even know what killed me there. I think it was just him landing. I hate the end boss of Ritterana, but the math boss is fun. Yeah, the end boss I don't enjoy that much. I really love Ritterana's theme and aesthetic and lore. I can't say I'm a particular fan of his fights. Like, math is fine. Why do you resist? I swear, resistance will be met with retribution. The land shall bury your screams. To defy orders, defy creation itself. Dip, dip, dive, duck, and dodge. Glad I played Balja. Five Ds, everyone. Dodge, dip, dive, duck, and dodge. Come, the cleansing flame will seal all wounds. Okay, I'm gonna break him. I got it. Oh, I'm gonna die. At least it went off. Sarah, good to see, glad to have you. Crab, crab, mrab, crab. Indeed. I really wonder if that's a man or a crab. What the hell did I miss? Got cleaved, yeah, probably. Main issue with math ones that you gotta add, and like I suck at reading comprehension, so I assume it means multiplication. Yeah, a lot of people have similar struggles. That's what I hear. I think it's just like I may not be great at math, but I'm very quick at math. So like processing is very easy and quick for me, and so that's why it doesn't get me as much.
Every time I'm a little greedy as a samurai, the only thing I can think of is death. Oh yay, it's on me. Awesome. Come, the cleansing flame will seal all wounds. Silver, good to see you, glad to have you. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ah. If you have the thing, try not to stack on top of others, I beg of you. Maybe they were doing that already and it was the best they could do. At least they didn't double stack. Good job, everyone. We didn't get a wipe. Your order is a lie. I still need to do these raids at some point, but couldn't join today because I had a meeting. Oh, sorry, man. Well, don't worry. I mean, you can always use looking for group. I'm sure there are other people who would love to get glam or do them with you. I'm sure, like, there's got to be at least a couple of you guys playing with me right now who'd love to play with Silver. Again, you've proven your worth to the expedition. Let us see what lies beneath the city. More bandits. Despite all the creatures we've encountered, I know not whether they are brave or foolish. It'll forever amuse me that this guy's corresponding Ascian could not be further from what Hushmouth stands for. Oh yeah, if you don't know, by the way, all the Ascians have a have symbols that are corresponding to the Espers from Tactics /12. So, like the Ascians and their Ascian names, like Emmett Selk and all that, are actually are like the Ascian are like an inverse of. To do with the Espers themselves. Actually, we can pull up that list after this to show people what I'm talking about. It's quite interesting. Oh, I'm not a tank. I can't interject. I don't know why these can all be pulled together. They don't have to. These can all be stacked together. If you are a tank, now's your time for a big PSA. You have an ability called Interject. Whenever you see their abilities flashing like that, it means that you need to interject. It will stop the attack. Ooh. Do you like my song? I made it up on the spot. And their glyph corresponds to the Espers. Yep. You could see La Habre's sigil on the end of Mateus' staff. Yeah. It's a really cool, interesting little tidbit. Doesn't mean much here in this raid, it's just fun background knowledge. Yeah, it doesn't mean much here in this raid, it doesn't mean... Gee, this is what I hate. Look at this giant text box and how little time you have to read it. These tunnels are said to have existed before even the Kingdom of Dalmasca was born. As the city grows, channels are widened and new outlets dug. I would venture that some of the pools are so deep that no one alive has ever seen their bottom. This is based off the Gamscythe waterway from 12. That's what this is. All this is to do with. And it is gorgeous. Like, I mean, this is fucking gorgeous. Very pretty. If you missed the text chat, the event tab or the chat window. Yeah, I have them up. Like, I have those to check Mel, but like, the thing is that that's a very inelegant solution. See the bottoms. Oh, bean. Swoopy! One of the new Dungeons mechanic you can use interject on. I didn't see the tank try to stop it, but it's okay because I was playing physical range. Newer dungeons, interject. I mean, there's some in Ulzadal and there's some in Troya, so I guess either or of those could be. Lysalia is a reference to tactics. Actually, technically, it might be a reference to something beyond that. These ruins were no longer Rabanastre, my friends. This is Lysalia, the Lysalia of Ivalician legend. I may be wrong, actually. I want to check that real quick.
Yeah, tactics. No, I'm right. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like Vagrant story or anything. As well, or instead. The mist! Yep. The mist. Quick, all our Vieras are gonna get real aggro in a second here. Hark! What army marches on Rofacal's Damascene? Ill fortune before all who dares to gaze upon me. An inescapable hell awaits you. I walk in the shadows. You will not see me until my lance has transfixed your very soul. I've heard Damascene pronounced a lot of ways, but not like that. Damascene? Am I wrong? I thought that was the correct pronunciation. Now I need to know. Fuck. One down, two down, three down. Seahorseman. I like domain, but de instead of do. Domain. Domain. Huh. Your sight, gaze upon its undying brilliance, and know true fear! And the Rainbow Aura sight allows you to know true queer. Even a hound knows when to turn tail. Would you have us think of you less than chattel? Writhe in the land's embrace. Wait, are you supposed to step on one of those? Oh boy, that's not good. I forgot if those were traps or if you need to make sure to set them off. Oh boy. Damascene is just literally the name. I thought it was the same meaning. I didn't think it was literally the same pronunciation. It has to be from Europe to be Damascene. Otherwise it's sparkling. It's just domain. Sparkling domain. That's funny. Well, you learn something new each day. I'd rather learn it from you guys than get a really catty comment on one of the videos. Pretty sure it's the same. Cool. Welcome to English where nothing's phonetic. Every time you're guessing, then you're never gonna get it right. Unless you're someone who already knows, in which case you will correct everyone who doesn't know. My favorite was someone got so mad at me in one of the videos for saying Halone instead of Halone, except for literally the name's voiced in English and they say Halone. And it's like, my dude, not only are you factually incorrect, but like, why are you being a dick about it? The other one that made me laugh recently. Born of darkness, born of night, come forth, my children. The tip of my lance is already at your neck. Submit or die. The light, it blinds. The other one I thought was really weird is someone tried to say that it was matey instead of mighty, but was like really a dick about it in our comments in the most recent video. But like, it's Japanese. It literally is phonetic, and you literally can know exactly what it is, and it's ma-i-di. It's mighty. Like, that is the correct way to say it. And it's not really up for questioning. It's not like English where you can like debate it. Well, that was lucky. Oh, that was lucky too. Definitely intended for that to happen. I mean, but like, honestly, it's not the... to die a good death. Honestly, it's not the correction that bothers me. It's just like when people are like weirdly like mean about it. It's strange to me. The light burns us, the precious. Like someone claiming you pronounce mighty wrong. Yeah, pretty sure literally the same. Yeah, I'm glad the video seems to be done. Yeah, it's doing really well. It's very exciting. The air here feels wrong. Can you sense it? Death awaits us ahead. This motherfucker's from Tactics. It also does not help that they have two characters named Ramza in this, which is very confusing. You're being judged for your crimes.
Who dares disturb the slumber of Argath Hydaelyn, rightful king of Ivalice? Descendants of House Beowulf? Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
He's also a dick in Tactics, so not feeling particularly bad about it, even if it's a bad way to go. Tome stuff started, right? I don't think so. Did the Tome stuff does it start tomorrow, probably, on Tuesday, I would assume, is usually when it starts. One of the newer dungeons is making it Praise be all people who ready check for new players. Praise be people who do countdowns.
It is to be a fight then. I am only too happy to oblige.
Well, I probably should have used my, like, well, I'll have it next time.
Like sheep before the wolf. I am the truth from which you run. You will be judged.
I still have no idea what each of the symbols does. If anyone knows which each one is supposed to be off the top of their head, it's never been clear to me. And I feel like I've looked it up and I just forget each time. It's just like... I feel like it's a version of, like, See the Sacrifice, basically?
You will be judged.
Said flee, so I fled.
Repent.
What means to move, the others don't move. So it's literally just Seed of Sacrifice. I wish they would change it to just be the, like, same. Seed of Sacrifice and Omega.
I mean, specifically, X-Death.
You are but blood to stain the circle. Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots! You do not belong
I mean,
in my world.
I'm not surprised that they use that other version spelling of domain, though, right? It's the same way that they use the other spelling for jail, like the archaic spelling of jail, like G-A-O-L. Ah, you have yet to witness the Foresight's true might.
You suck.
Say that loud.
You will be judged.
So what was that? So, okay, so turn? So am I just supposed to... What the fuck does that mean? I looked away.
You are the blood to stain the circle. I am revelation. You will be judged.
Okay, it worked that time. Nope, nope, didn't. Okay, what is that? Face beforehand tells you to follow or just... Oh! The face beforehand... Okay, thank you. Okay, so do it. Okay.
You will be judged.
Okay.
Kneel and repent.
Which face means which one? I have been paying. I didn't realize the faces meant something.
You are the blood to stain the circle.
I also, this is I think the third or fourth time I've ever done this fight, so I never get Rabinaster, or I never get any of the Ivalice reads unless I'm like specifically going to play the Ivalice reads. And these days I only ever get Crystal, the Crystal Tower stuff, and occasionally Void Arc. Now and then Agalea. I miss getting Nier regularly. Nier was so fun during the height of Shadowbringers.
The gods have no eyes but chattel.
More human face with glowing red eyes. Obey. Perfect. Thank you.
Fool is the dog who bares his teeth before his master.
This is why I like having you guys on hand.
I am revelation.
Fuck it! I know I'm supposed to look away, but fuck it! Yeah! Well done, everybody! Also, we're making good time. We might even end on time today.
This body, it is
We're not
not
going
my own. Oh gods, what have I done? Save me, Ramza! Save me!
Is that Raban's voice actor? Huh. Also gay for Ramza. By the way, he's not talking about the Ramza we're with, he's talking about the Ramza of the past. I'm pretty sure. I may be wrong, we'll check. Yeah, now I jinx it, yep. Yeah, Megan accent really leaked in there, yep. It started today! Oh! Yo, Moogle started today? Oh man, if I had time, I'd go say let's grind it today. We definitely will be doing Moogle grinding for community events this Saturday. So if you want to do Moogle Tombstone grinding, we will be doing that then. Also, don't forget that you can over on the Discord use looking for group, and you can find
If you need any of these items, don't be afraid to roll, by the way. Including anything I needed for. Great job, everyone. Yeah, don't be afraid to use looking for group if you just want to get people to do Moogle tombstones with you. 12th AKA today it started. Cool, sweet. Usually, I thought it was usually the Tuesday. Sounds good, Bean. Genomus. I mean, why is anybody surprised? Actually, real quick. Let's get that. Let's get that.
Domain.
Yeah.
Domain.
Yeah. Domain. Instead of domain. Let me guess. Comes from, I'm gonna guess, Latin into French and then English. What? Latin, Dominicus, Dominus, and then into domain in Old French, and then yeah, domain in Anglo-Norman French, and then into Middle English, and then we got domain. Okay, cool. Yep.
Damascene.
That's what I'm confusing it with. That's why I think I was reading it like Damascene, like Damascus, and that's when my brain like overrode it.
Damascene.
Yep. Cool. Solve that problem. Thank you, guys.
Where am I? Father! Ramza, and the Warrior of Light. Yes, I know of you, but what should you come to my... that you should come to my rescue? Words fail me. A poor pay right, I must seem.
Sorry, Demins.
Yar har diddly dee. Your term you're looking for is thank you, upon which note I, Bagamon, bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now hand over the Eorzean unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red. And be quick, Gajuk here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one, she'll bring it to me.
Everyone wants the Mikotes. Please begin all of them loves Yar Diddly Dar from now on.
Yar har! Yes, this is it, the Duma. And to think we found it so close to Doma, the Duma of Doma!
One pun was all it took.
Enough, Bwagi. We should not have our guests think us underbred.
You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him.
Of course, a Banga is always true to his words. I'll be keeping this, though.
Father! Jar Jar Light? None of that's Jar Jar speak.
You've only yourself to blame for this, but if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods. Not that ye are listening.
Misa, get up, fools. We's leaving. Now it's a JoJo stream. Wait, what's annoying? Ray, can you ban Elio? Yeah, for my own stream. Just cancel stream. You're going to be alright. We cannot see your father's heart here. Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista. The way his mouth open like, eh? Shmee? Shmee? I can, but not tonight. Ray has the power. She just removes me, makes it her channel. Genomus remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever subsided. What fever? From now on, all we can do is wait. I've sent word to Sid, and I hope you don't mind. I don't understand. What about his speeches was annoying? I nearly did one time. I forgot why, but it seemed reasonable at the time. God, they really love cutscenes with like people reacting without dialogue boxes. For this. Alma, Ramza, can you ever forgive me? But that's fun! And you, Sid, was never my intention to put you in such trouble. I'm ever in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Genomus. Besides, it was Elio here who went to all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's him. Bahamut's head in the background, by the way. They're going to do a play on Bahamut. He is right. I've not done naught to deserve your kindness, yet I am its beneficiary nonetheless. So if I understand correctly, you're saying Eorzean does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as we assume to be the case with Hydaelyn and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's aether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. If that is the case, our Charlian allies will need to be informed immediately. With Hydaelyn, when did Hydaelyn use Eorzean? She summoned the primal into herself. But she didn't go around like carrying Shiva in an Eorzean. Oh, okay, I think he's saying corrupting the form like Hydaelyn and Thoradin. Okay, Eorzean functions. That was a very confusing way to frame that. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? Let me look at it. So if I understand it correctly, you're saying Eorzean does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as we assume to be the case with Hydaelyn and the Archbishop. Possession. Yeah, that's a really weird way of putting that. Suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? The legend would have us believe that Delita Hyral, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave's story, but as I have discovered, there was another. 2 others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from subsequent retellings of the story. A brother and sister by the name of Ramza and Alma. Not confusing at all. Grahal's Christmas tree in the Discord meme channel. Oh, you should definitely go check that out. I need an Ember Island player's recap of the Warrior of Light's journey now. Yeah. Then, they did that for the Calamity at the Rising one year. It's hilarious. It is really funny. To prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Evilisian legend I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings. The Christmas Exarch. Christmas Exarch. Careful about spoilers. But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita and I had close companion named Ramza, who aided him in his rise to power. This, in turn, led me to Alma, and that I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after those lost players.
I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Cid, but you must believe me, Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is, and forever will be, my calling, my purpose. My family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me as Genomus say in Lexentale, yet that is but my stage name. My true name is Arzalam Durai. Countless generations past, it was my ancestors who penned the Durai papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era. The War of the Lions is what happened in Tactics. So, like, basically with what we get, there's like an indication that like a version of Tactics history is what played out at some point in when Ivalice in the past here, but like the level to which it exactly did is a little up in the air, especially because of the geographic location of things. Also, when in the timeline is probably the first, second, or fourth eras. It definitely wouldn't be the third era. The fifth era, I guess it could have been, but probably not. There might be actually more evidence to also suggest specifically it wouldn't be the fifth astral era, but maybe it could have been the early part of the fifth astral era. But definitely, I think fourth makes the most sound sense, especially with how much was lost from that period. The problem is that with the first and second era, there's not the technological advancement that we get shouldn't be far enough along to make sense for what we see with Ivalice. By the same token, because of the era of gods, it may have made sense that potentially it could have been part and parcel of that, but we don't get a lot about 12 worship from them. So I would say that I think the most logical answer is that Ivalice would have been during the fourth. You're tired, father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Eorzean Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Eorzean found himself in service of the pauper become king. Following the War of the Lions, Eorzean believed the people of Ivalice had right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake. The Durai papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in the church vaults, and the truth about Ivalice along with them. What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing? The answer to the question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicles, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. Forbidden Chronicles, a secret family legacy. Not that I doubt you, Genomus, but how do you expect to convince people of all this, when well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving that it is anything but, and when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place. Were it as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we would of course have done so long ago, but alas, it is not. The Durai papers you see are written in High Ivalician, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, his father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. Then the diary stolen by Banaga and the Banaga's bounty hunters? I'm afraid so. Everything he had learned of the language was contained in those pages. Then we're back to where we started. Not necessarily. We still have the transcript as well as some few translated pages, and of course my father's impeccable memory. I have come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth if it is the last thing I do. It is as Master Garland said, he is a man obsessed, and I fear Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest? Promise me you'll keep him safe, please. That feels safe. The Lexentale's relationship to their Garlean identity is something I can think
through and make sense of, but somehow in execution I look at Ramza, I'm like, why are you like this then? Like, I know why he's like that. He grew up in Garlemald, it makes sense he had more connection to that long-dead Ivalicean identity, yeah. I think my partner would kill me if I made our tea a Graha tree. It might be worth the sacrifice. But somehow I'm still scratching my head. I'm not sure why what my disconnect is. Artemis, here's the thing. It doesn't land for me either. Like, there's nothing logically unsound with it. But it doesn't land for me either, so I feel you. But it'd be a glorious death. Yeah, you can always have more than one tree. Do it, make the Graha Christmas tree. Do I need to make, like, a Final Fantasy 14 themed Christmas tree in the back? Des, good to see you, glad to have you. So is Ivalice regular Elise clone, reflection twin, or nobody? Where? Ivalice? What? Well played, Des. Well played.
After what I've seen here, I'm all about convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince thousands of scholars and historians who have based their careers on presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one to shy from a challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in, Elio, then I'm in. If you're not in, well, I'm still in, either way. You'll be hearing from me again soon. That much, I promise you.
That Des, what a way to come in. That was powerful. Yeah, that was a creator-inducing entrance. That was truly magnificent. Yeah, no, Artemis, like, I feel bad because, like, I don't want to, like, overly criticize Eorzean Ivalice, and I think people, like, levy, like, really fair things about why it's good, but, like, it doesn't, setting aside whether its construction, it just does not land for me strongly. Like, it's fine. It's good. Like, it's fine. But it doesn't, I don't care particularly for Alma or Ramza. I feel like a lot of the backstory that you get leveled at, you don't get to, like, meaningfully engage with contextually other than, like, the historians trying to engage with it. And it presumes your connection to tactics. Not even 12, really, but, like, tactics is narrative. Because 12, it works, really, because the 12 stuff is mostly just, like, characters, cool characters that they're throwing in that make kind of contextual sense and are, like, actually kind of charismatic or interesting or something. Like your friend, your backgammon, you know, that sort of stuff. But, yeah. I think the story and lore is really interesting and really grounded with the way it's executed and delivered. Yeah. I think the thing is, like, the lore, too, would be a lot nicer if we had a lot more of, like, things that engaged into, like, Dalmasca inferior and superior narratively, whereas we only have, really, Ivalice and then kind of Baja, which, in a sense, should be a lot, but it's weirdly not enough sometimes. Red! Good to see you, glad to have you. Thanks, just got home from work. I didn't know this is the quest those are raids from. I just started them recently. No idea raid connected. Well, there you go. Obviously, Lore 14 confuses me. I mean, it works. Like, they do reinterpret it for 14 the same way they reinterpret Crystal Tower, the same way they reinterpret it for lore. Like, they reinterpret all the Final Fantasy lore, so it's not, like, just literally tactics. But it works. It just, like, is limited in scope. We get a weird amount of detail in places that, like, aren't as important in other places where it would help to have more detail. And there are things that are just thrust into it, and also not understanding where Ivalice would have taken place in the timeline also makes it confusing. I still think the Fourth Astral Era is the most likely candidate.
Elio, where in the world have you been? Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexentale's research into the Orsite may have finally borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand perilous adventure without us.
The other thing I'll say is, if you want to join us, we have 2 parties going. We're going to be doing Ridorana Lighthouse next. A friend of mine has a theory that Ivalice from the other FF games is shared. Nope, it's definitely not. I can tell you it's not just from Return to Ivalice, because they literally have historical things that are different. Like, they have things that are actively different. FF games is shared explains why 14 Ivalice is different. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I misunderstand. A friend of mine has a theory that Ivalice from the other FF games is shared. Is a shard. No. So almost certainly not. The reflections, so that wouldn't work because the Ivalician creation myth wouldn't work. Like, the 12 and tactics creation myth can't work with the nature of how shards were created. So I don't think it's another shard. You'd have to reconcile some stuff that just doesn't really add up. Which, I mean, maybe they could. I would look to it more like the way that they talk about the interdimensional rift in the expanse of the timeless expanse, and the the same way that like Nier is from a different universe completely, not a shard. Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support and sign up for our Patreon at www.patreon.com/Eorzean Thank you. Yes, it goes a long way towards supporting us, making this whole thing more financially stable, and allows me to not stress about money while I work on the videos. After watching FF played, I can't do the CTs without seeing random dungeon encounters with the trash mobs. Yeah, John, totally. John, good to see, glad to have you. Where have you been? I have not moomed an ill, ma'am.
If you'd follow me to the shuttle, good sir.
I also would strongly advise that no other Final Fantasy game is one of the other shards. They may inspire them, so like there could be a shard, one of the shards could be deeply inspired by like 10 or something, but it's not, none of the shards are going to be another Final Fantasy game. I think all the evidence and lore makes that pretty plain.
Elio, Lady Murlia, thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for the Archon from Sharlayan, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings.
Fuck you, Des. The FF7 one is mid-shard. Well played. I'm curious if we're going to see the remaining shards. I think so, and I definitely think so, but I cannot say on this stream because it would be a spoiler as to why I think there's a lot of support for that. To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Yustola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery. Hey, Mikoto! If only she was a Mikote, then a Mikoto the Mikote.
I am Mikoto of House Jinba, a Doman, though my years in Sharlayan have made me stranger here. You must be Elio Forgeron, a fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller.
Ma'am, I am an Eorzean! How much taller did you think? Bitch, you a female Mikoto, you can't get shorter. Or Mikoto, you a female Aura. Not female. You're not an Aura, not tall enough.
Let us speak of the crystal.
The Otius, one of but many Auracite shards that aided noble Delita's rise to Regent.
My apologies. The Odious is no ordinary crystal. Even discounting its obvious historical importance, the specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally aspected energies. It is rather an ethereal lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distinct frequencies, NRR-type harmonic vibrations, has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. Makes sense. The resultant neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determined factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored. My estimates place the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries, though I must admit I lack sufficient varieties to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment. While the explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the academy, it will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again. This time in language of those of us without the echo might comprehend. My apologies, I merely thought...
I wonder whose sundered soul she has.
Apologies, we will see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation will. Simpler, right. Aether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, ones very well are all understood to be ethereal phenomena, and can be measured as such, unlike most crystals, which can only emit elemental energies.
Let's read these again, because this is important lore.
Simple, right now. Aether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena and can be measured as such, unlike most crystals which can only emit elemental energies. Auracite is turned not only to absorb aether, but aether as specific to the immaterial. That aether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release. It can contain shit. It can contain immaterial aether and as a storing house. Try again. Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the auracite and stored until fomentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest. Fomentation? What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the odious takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality. Ah, yes, that is, simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. There being one marked difference. A primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a horde of elementally charged crystals. Auracite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. Which is remarkable. I mean, how does it do that? We know from the Durai papers that Argath was never a king of Ivalice. He was slain in battle during the War of Lions. Yet the Argath encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the auracite in his possession, realizing his desire to rule. I informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it's possible that it was not actually Argath who uttered them, but the auracite itself. If the Durai papers are accurate, Argath was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The auracite took that belief and twisted it into an abomination Elio put to the sword. How is he still alive, though? Then you're saying that the crystal could prove a threat? The auracite, Alma, and not necessarily. Ramses seemed to fare well enough. There is no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the auracite should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it's not the weapons that kill, but the one who wields it. Now, where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was the Emperor Galvus's justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms. Where, after all, was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents? You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. That they were created by someone to... But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat? Ultima. Now that is an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however. Mikoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. I'll get you guys messages in 1 second after we finish these cutscenes. Ah, here's a dangerous weapon. And Ramza did not give a shit. What I don't understand is... if the Duma was imprinted with Argath's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Odious? I had the selfsame query question, and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes, the vessel was empty. Empty? But what of the voices I heard? Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. That only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. Why are you such an asshole every time, Ramza? Ramza, why won't you not be an asshole? Shall we speak of voices, then? What of yours, Alma? A resonant voice of dissent. You've done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling? No, I would never. You would never? Then why involve a gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole? Wait, what? Please tell me you can see that.
Okay. How tall were you expecting, man? I assumed Final Fantasy 11 and 15 were shards due to the crossover events. No. So they are not. They are basically. The thing is that other universes potentially exist in the infinite expanse of the Timeless Rift. That it's supposed to be an infinite chaos well of other universes, other possibilities. And so my assumption is that somewhere within those others exist. But 15 is not a shard, and 11 is not a shard. They may exist in a metaverse connected, but not in a way where you will ever engage with them beyond like crossover events and like that. But no, they don't exist as shards. Remember, a really important thing to remember about the shards is the way in which they were created and that they have specific metaphysics that all match the source in terms with the ethereal sea and things like that. And so the metaphysics and nature of existence of other shards means that like they can't be completely disparate and disconnected in terms of like their physics, nature, and all that other, as well as their history, as well as remember that when the shards are separated, they start with the same physical geography as the source. Like you can overlap the first geography with the source one for one, like with Eorzea and Norvrand. Watch when people riot when they make 13 shard. Yeah, they're not gonna make a 13. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a. Here's the thing that's really important. The shards that we see. So let's see. The ones that have been destroyed are 5, 12, 2, 3, 6, 10, and 7, as well as 1 and 13 are 1 and the first and the 13th. But so the other ones could be deeply inspired. But they would still, the same way that tactics is being a referential inspiration point for Return to Ivalice, it's different than saying tactics happened in 14, you know? Kingdom Hearts effect, all FF characters in Kingdom Hearts are representations of them, not the actual characters from the game itself. Yeah, exactly. Final Fantasy Cloud is not Kingdom Hearts Cloud. Yep, exactly. You're not now raw. The numbered series are all their own universes, yeah. Now imagine max height row, like, yeah. Xeno's level height was funny when she did. I thought you'd be taller and I was a Lalafell. I was like, why did you expect me to be tall? Mikote is incredibly cute, though. Yeah. Ari girl, great. Now I have to go do the quest line. Yeah. I could understand getting that on like a Hear Mikote or Lala, but getting that your L is in Viera, Hrothgar, or Ro seems weird. Yeah. Des, I forgot I was an Alri was a thing to call Alra. Yeah, plural. I was like, Al, how do you know my name? B. Oh, I'm not a girl. See, what did I say that made me want to do that quest? Yeah. Gonna go eat real quick. Sounds good, Shiam. Kane? Good to see you. Glad to have you, man. I empathize so hard with Mikote here. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that, yeah. Over-explaining and using detailed, but other people are unsure what you mean. So you can say it's their Final Fantasy. First time I was told not to worry about the lore that much since it's not canon or something, but it might still be interesting. Curious how much of Mikote's jargon is gonna cover the lore. Not to worry about the lore of Ivalice? Like, Ivalice? Ivalice is absolutely canon. Ivalice is 100% canon. Baja is canon, and Ivalice is tied to Baja in meaningful ways, too. It's absolutely canon. So I don't know who mentioned that. It's good in righteous hands is my biggest red flag. Yeah. Someone says that it's like an automatic distrust. Yeah. Do a super chat. Make Elliot say weird shit in a silly voice because little pro happy. Speaking of, I'll go get Deadpool in a second. It's more like Star Trek technobabble. Something reverse polarity fixes everything. To be fair, other than like the acronyms she was using, most of what she was saying actually did mean something and did explain it. After we finish these cutscenes, so in 20 minutes, you mean, yeah, maybe just said it's good, my guy. How dare you voice concern for us? Kill it with fire. Moogle. Reverse polarity of the neutron flow is Doctor Who technobabble. Yeah. Do you want a jelly baby? Hand over the tombstones. Are you seeing why characters coming out of nowhere just jars me so hard? Yeah, Artemis, just like, blink. Okay. Gilgamesh crosses between games. Well, but the thing is that Gilgamesh also has information and actions and behavior in this that shows that he doesn't. Also, on top of that, like 15 Gilgamesh is definitely not the same as 5 Gilgamesh. You could say Gilgamesh in this has similar information and knowledge and awareness to 5, but you could also argue that same point because of the fact that we know X Death in that story, Lullaby story, that story existed at some point in the past as well. Or that he's just a similar, the same way that Tactics is very similar, like the historical Ramza is very similar to the real Ramza and Tactics, doesn't mean that they're still the same character. So, Gilgamesh we know can cross over between shards, but we don't know for a fact that he is from the other games. People just take that as an assumption because of the running gag about it. Look at Higo, boy is working. Who the hell is squatting like a mad in the background? The company muscle, that's who. So all shards would, for example, have the same gravitational pull. Should. I was just wondering that, Artemis. What are you seeing my characters coming? Yeah. What kept the 13th from being absorbed or what happened at the end of the calamity? Because the source was... So, Rosid, good to see, glad to have you. The source was not tilted astrally. And so they tilted the 13th astrally and tilted it until it basically it was too astral and ready to break apart and rejoin the source. But the source wasn't tilted astrally, and there wasn't a crack or a calamity within the source to allow for the rejoining of Aether. So effectively, it fell to astrality and wasn't able to rejoin. And that's why it basically... So like if they tilted the first towards light and it fell, and the source wasn't tilted towards umbral, the first would not have rejoined either. And so that's what's happened. The fundamental mistake they made when because the 13th was the first one they attempted to rejoin, is that they didn't understand that you had to tilt the source as well, not just the shard. Yeah, I was pointing out something weird about claim Mikote makes about Aether or White Orisite. They said not to read too far into it, but I don't remember the whole conversation. That's weird, because everything she said so far runs with our understanding of Orisite. Orisite acts as a container for immaterial Aether, and Aether as a whole. I mean, that's its function. The way it gets used particularly here is a little bit different because of the nature of how Ultima creates it and what's stored within it because of Ultima. So it's not the same as White Orisite. You know, it's slightly different. I don't like the idea of connecting the FF games together in a single universe anyways. I like how they all self-contain. Yeah, me too, Daniel. Oh, speaking of voices, I believe I said I would request a certain line regarding the Olsen twins. Yes. Olsen twins, kill! Timber, let me read the book. I'm too stupid for the book. Too stupid for the book. Can't even have a look. Moldy Toe Duel! Like, 2 people in here know what I'm talking about. Like, absolutely hate how they tried to connect 10. Yeah, and like, the thing is, Dan, about that, I hate that too, but the thing is, it's such a loose fucking connection, it might as well not be there. And to me, as far as I'm concerned, it's like saying Tactics and like 12 are in the same universe, and it's like, I mean, honestly, Tactics and 12 is closer, but like, there's so many things that make that not really work. But like, to me, that's like a fun idea, really. It's like a fan theory that they gave a little bit of evidence to, more than like, it actually works in any meaningful way. And yeah, totally Popoto. I love explaining shit like that, so whenever people have lore questions, I appreciate answering them. I'm gonna go get the boy. You want a french fry? Oh. We'll get you another for me. You want to get down? Oh no, you're just adjusted. I feel like if I said that every time every time you guys donate $5, I give Deadpool a fry, I'd become a millionaire. Because he's such a good boy. So cute, yeah. Silver, good to see you, glad to have you. And yeah, this is Deadpool. He's a very, very loving dog, very, very good boy. Hi. Honestly, I bet like if I said like do tricks for $5, he That's the other thing, is your guys' money for the Patreon and for messages here definitely go towards feeding Deadpool and myself. He gonna get fat, yeah. He would also get heart disease. Yeah, a bit too, like, we probably have to figure out a different thing besides French fries.
I do not try to feed him French fries super regularly, but he loves them quite a lot. So I every now and then give him one. Yeah. Buppy, yeah. I like it as a fan theory. I had a ton of fun philosophical thematically figuring out how the far plane would turn into the live stream, but as a legit connection. Haha, no. Yeah. I guess the thing is, like, I love the metaphysics of 10 so much more than 7. Not because I think it's better objectively or anything. I just, like, I personally, taste-wise, love the idea of the Pyreflies, the far plane. Like, the fact that, like, why Pyreflies would go away. Like, the metaphysics of 10 and 7 are so different, and, like, it just doesn't... To me, it just doesn't work. Ice cubes? He might like ice cubes. He doesn't love ice cubes as much. He does love lettuce, though. He loves veggies. Since this is YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Ray Ray. Yes, it goes a long way with the comments, the liking, the sharing, all that stuff. It really helps us, so thank you. Am I interrupting? Oh, please, do go on. My acceptance into your fine troops' ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Coupeau. Guards, get this... Mont Blanc, the name's Mont Blanc. Denizens of Dalmasca's deserts, seeker of thrills, adventurer extraordinaire, but you may call me Mont Blanc, Coupeau. Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot for myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh and the Banga and the Viera might live in relative harmony with Hyur, Eorzean, and others. Yet there's no record of prominent Mughal population. Most likely because we have neither prominence nor populace. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and freedom she promises, Coupeau. Mughal? Of course I am a Mughal, Coupeau. You'd think the adorable wings and fluffy palm would have given it away. Now about my admission to the Majestic... I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theater company. We will not sully its good name by granting refugees to a fluttering fall of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? Ramsay, could you do more to make us like you less, please? Oh, buddy. By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission into our company, I do not seem to recall a race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites. Do you? No, Father. Very well then, Mont Blanc. What is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage. What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Coupeau. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving, sitting well, technically, well, hovering. There is the audience as the story unfolded around me. I knew I was witnessing something special, something positively transcendental, Coupeau. It was then that I realized I either had to be a part of it, or go to my grave a bitter and broken Mughal. Was this realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Coupeau? Hurdy, how did you? Perhaps you had more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happened to meet, Coupeau. Was it not but 20 nights ago you took up the axe, Coupeau? Now here you are professing... Ooh, 20 nights. Well, I guess we don't have context for when that would have been. Your passion for the sage before carving each single notch in your haft. Do you not remember? To he who turns the butter goes the sweetest bread? But how is one to savor said butter bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Coupeau. And the destination is what? A mummer? Oh, Hurdy. And the destination is what? A murmur? Are you sure it's not to geomancer, or arithmetician, Templar? Do not bother answering, Coupeau. We all know you'll be singing a different tune come cockcrow. So this is geomancer, arithmetician, and Templar are all references to tactics and jobs from that. Also, geomancer is also a thing in 14 as well. That is where you're mistaken, Hurdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me, Coupeau. Have a good day, Deathberry. Coupeau, enough! The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession, not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat-mold like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theater critics? Any troop you would need proof of valor before it could even consider. You're an asshole, Coupeau. Craven, call me a cheat and call me a cur, but do not, sir, call me a craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast by mine own hand, and the Majestic Theater Company will accept me into its ranks, Coupeau. Wait, I issued no such... You are all here witnesses, Coupeau. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you'll be honored bound to welcome me, Mont Blanc the Mummer, into the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day. Wonderful. What do we do now? What do we do now? We do nothing. If the Batmole wishes to throw himself on the horns of the stampeding doe, I will not stand in his way. I believe the proper term of degradation is molebat, and I should warn you, Moogles do not take kindly to those who use it. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argath's wretched example? Mont Blanc would never have set off on this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands. Elio, you are the only one among us capable of locating Mont Blanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance. I will say, being able to voice the the Moogles is making me enjoy it a lot more. But yeah, like, this is like such a non sequitur when instead we could be doing the Ridorana Lighthouse. My brother can be rather simple-minded. When it comes to such matters, thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and his companions, Mont Blanc would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth, meaning Rabanastre, if I am not mistaken. Pardon my language, but Ramza really is an incurable little prick, is he not? Thank you, Lena. How dare he speak to his sister and the Moogle in that manner? I couldn't decide which was worse, the things he said or the way the principal sat back and let him say it. But I suppose it is none of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand, finding that Moogle before he does something we all regret. What say we start nearby? Pier 2, perhaps? Oh my god, deep voice Moogle. Yeah, we've been doing that Moogle voice since the beginning. Deadpool ASMR, give him a plate with like lettuce and carrots and a spoon of peanut butter. Oh, he loves peanut butter. He loves peanut butter. I forgot Moogles sound like Elvis. It's hilarious. I'm glad you guys enjoy that. I know he'll be important. I know he's a reference to Tactics in 12, but still, why is this Moogle relevant? I mean, but is he? Was he really necessary to tell this story? I don't think he was. Like, again, I'd rather have the Moogle than Ramza, but clearly it's important just for the voice. This is voice exists. You know what, Sylvia? You're absolutely right. Ramza needs a good slap to the face. I wish they would let us do it at least once. Yeah, or let one of the Moogles just, like, slap him with the palm. With his palm and his palm. Maybe I'll actually get to see Ridorana tonight instead of getting supremely annoyed with the Moogles. Yeah. Moogle deep voice sound like a cowboy voice. Yeehaw, Coupeau. No idea how they do it, but Arithmetician would be cool. I have no idea how that would, like... I mean, like, Geomancer's gonna happen someday, but, like, Arithmetician, I have no idea how you make, like, exciting. Not just, like, mechanically, but also, like... Announcing for the next expansion, the newest job, Arithmetician! You just see Yoshi P come out with an abacus. It's just like... I mean, I'm not saying they couldn't introduce ideas and concepts from it into other jobs, or, like combine it with some other things and make something new. But other than Geomancer, I think for the most part, most jobs you're gonna see are gonna be, relatively wholesale new for 14. The Falcon Porter tells us the set of traveling blacksmiths that he set a traveling blacksmith away to Yangsha, not a Bell Pass. And why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron and steel was seen to be carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Mont Blanc! Not that we look like that, Coupeau. The quickest route into Dalmasca is via the One River and its western tributaries. If Mont Blanc is bound for Rabanastre, he'll seek passage from the Glittering Basin. It's interesting that she says that, because, like, that's kind of true, but, like, really, you're going to, like, Nagsha. Like, the One River doesn't really give you much in the way of access to there, because, like, other, like, than taking you out to the Delta. I mean, I guess the One River must, like, flow through Nagsha in a way that we can't see.
Because otherwise, that geographically, I have no idea how that works. I don't think he likes Moogles, no. To be honest, I completely forgot how much of a jerk Ramza is. Yeah, he's a dick. He's really a dick. Oh, I forgot to do all the quests to get the teleportation nodes. Well, that gives me time to talk to you guys. No Moogles sound like Hildebrand. We need to do more Hildebrand. I gotta figure out when I want to take a break to do, like, more of Hildebrand and sit down and do it. We'll just have to do, like, a full day of it. I'm trying to think of what's a good time. Maybe we do, like, we get to Endwalker, and then when we, like, finish Endwalker, it's one of, like, the 6.0 things, like, post 6.0 things we do, since we have to do it for the relics. Glad we're on the same page about the non-necessity of the Moogles, Elio. Again, I can like an element and still think it's not necessary to tell the story or that it's slowing it down for cadence and time, you know? Like, I like the Moogles. I like the Moogles more than Ramza. But, like, how necessary are they to actually tell this story? Arithmetician does DPS by causing boredom and psychic damage. They make the enemy do common core math and they die of confusion. You know what? I'll take it to Mins. Yeah. Arithmetician is a Bitcoin mining as a combat job. Do mindless calculations quickly for damage. Oh, beautiful. Have we gotten to the wine fetch quest part of the raid yet? I remember that being completely pointless. No. That's coming up later in a little bit. They did take out part of the quests. I don't remember which parts they took out. I think they took out the bacon bread part. But they may still have the wine part. That quest has been removed from the main part of the quest? Okay, all of that has been? Okay. I did Hildebrand between every expansion. To me, it was just as important as the raids. I mean, Daniel, it is, like, it's great, don't get me wrong, but for the streaming, it's been, like, a question of when to do it. If people really want to see it, we can definitely, like, take a break to do it. Basically, the times that we'd have to take a break are either now, so before we start doing 4.1, or maybe like after 4.3. But like once we start 4.4, it's a rush to Shadowbringers, and then we're all Shadowbringers all the time, baby. Hey Deadpool, what's up? Why are you looking for Lorne, huh? Is it because you want a French fry? Fucking red chocobos! Stop with your comments of nightmares! Oh. Mont Blanc, what were you thinking? Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He's been worried sick. Both Hardy and Ramza were all right all along. I'm a failure, a flop, a flaring, flapping, floppish failure. Coupeau, how could I play the part of the hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me, like the spineless jellyfish I am. Now wait, Mont Blanc, not everyone can be a hero. Not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Elio here was alone when he liberated Alamigo? Not all wars are won on the front lines. But of course they are not. Every campaign needs its brilliant architect, a mastermind who moves the pieces across the board. I, Mont Blanc, can be that mastermind. That was quick. Let us not dwell on the details. The day is saved and Mont Blanc has escaped Sans search of
or has escaped sand scratch, or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. Hunter, good to see you, glad to have you. It's going good. We're just doing Ivalice. We're about to get Ridorana. What? What? Oh, there we go. Do Moogles do anything important in tactics? I don't remember them being particularly important in tactics. They're present in 12. They don't do anything important. They're very cute. They're a different design. So like, here, let me show you Mont Blanc and the Moogles in let me show you the... This is what Moogles look like in 12 and like Evalician lore. That's like what they look like in 12. Because every Final Fantasy kind of does their take on the Moogle. Honestly, my favorite version of the Moogle might still be the Kingdom Hearts Moogle. I really love that like little teddy bear design. I guess technically that's also the Final Fantasy X design as well because of Lulu's Moogle doll. Exhausted from work? Take it easy, man, then. Give yourself a break. Earth Magician should have something like a bard perform, but instead you do math equations. No, I get it. People might get a bit antsy if you spend too much time on Hildebrand. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. And, you know, I'm fine to do it. Honestly, it's mostly just, like, it breaks cadence when we're focusing on, like, what I can think of as MSQ stuff. But, like, I'm excited to do it. I enjoy Hildebrand. I didn't used to enjoy it. When I first started playing, I did not enjoy it. And I've come to enjoy it a lot more. Red Chocobos, I still have nightmares. The horror. These Chocobos said fuck black mages in particular. We know Algon Tech can process a lot of information quickly, too. So that could work as well with the mix of Garly and stuff. Yeah. With Corvos. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, like, a Corvosi-inspired job at some point. Whether that means also Allegan or not, we'll see. Whoever designed the Chocobans rubbed their hands together like a gremlin and said, I can't wait to make Yoshi P's life miserable for a few seconds. I was thinking more practical sandbag. I thought there weren't any Moogles in tactics. I don't think there are. I'm pretty sure there aren't. I just meant more the tactics universe, like the Evalician universe. So, how likely are Garlean's descendants of Gauk people? I'm pretty sure 100%. I'm pretty sure the text that we get is we know that's the case. Hey, C, good to see you. Glad to have you, by the way. These Moogles look like Loporrits on Red Bull because it gave them wings, or a crossover between Vieira having a Moogle baby. Nope, 9 Moogles are the best. Fight me. I mean, we're talking about are the ones we have preferences for, so I'm glad you like the 9 ones. They're great. I cannot ride my Chocobo in Baja. Yeah. Please, the ship is a place of peace. Clearly not anymore. Release my sister or you will answer to me. Ramza, we all know you're a little bitch. You ain't gonna do shit. When the cat's away, is now the time for jokes. Put the damnable thing down, Ramza. You're not helping matters. Ah, yar. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, Bagamnon. You seek our help? You who threatened to kill my father, who stole his work and made a fool of us all? Never. Silence, Ramza! They have Alma! We will hear what they have to say. Ramza, why are you such a little shit? As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapon and offer you a journal as an act of good faith. Is he using a real sword or a prop sword? I would guess a prop sword, AC. But it looks real enough. This is all rather a lot to digest, but your claims do coincide with what we have learned about the Eorzean. You're saying the crystal did something to our captain?
Hey, who wants to hear a really dumb non sequitur joke that'll only make sense to like a very select number of people? What do you call a pirate vampire who plays Bloodborne?
Yar har ghoul.
Okay, going back.
After being emptied of Argath's will, the Duma sought that another to sate its appetite for Aether. You're saying the crystal ate our captain? Not his body, no. Only his soul. His soul.
Summit, did you have a point earlier about talking about me when I had a question about the Argath guy? Argath? Yeah, I was thinking pointing out something weird about Claim Lakoto. I swear that you had a point about it. Nah, I can't find it. Oh well.
Tell me, what is your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it that he longed for above all else in the world?
Did you get it, Artemis?
Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? Why are you such a racist?
Jesus Christ, man. I'm just surprised he's not just calling people beastmen left and right.
They showed themselves for the beast they are. Well, never mind. When they put a knife to your throat.
First mole bats, now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison. Coupeau. Thank you, Montblanc. Axe him! Axe him! You have it, just toss it!
The boy can call it what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better. Your failings? 30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes that I do not wake and sweat at the memory. We were full fusiliers in the Dalmascan army stationed in the Royal Stronghand at Nalbina.
Oh, and Nalbina. That's also a 12 thing.
Nalbina Fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. It falls to the 4th Legion, proving a turning point in the Imperial campaign.
Funnily enough, that's also what happened to real Nalbina Fortress.
Dealing a crushing blow to the Dalmascans' morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end.
Basically, the Arcadian Empire is, like, very similar to the Agarlian Empire.
Bargammon was our captain, and once it was clear the day would not be ours, Prince Rasler, commander of the garrison at Nalbina, tasked us with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashilia, away from the fortress and thence to safety. But things did not go as planned.
Ash is also from 12, and Rasler is also a thing.
I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms, but the stone throws away from the Garum Scythe waterways drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descends upon her, she smiled and she told us, the very people who had felled her, to survive, for as long as even a single Dalmascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. But it should not have been us who survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory, and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are not but cold-blooded lizards, deserving of whatever scorn you deign to heap on us.
This is a very different characterization than what we had last time. The tone shift from Duma of Doma to these irrespectable war vets with plot relevance about made my head spin. Yeah, it's like, this is not the characters you created that were in the last thing.
I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lurks in the heart of Bagamnan is a little different from that which drove Argath, the selfsame emotions that were to nourish the Duma. Stop speaking in riddles, Sharlayan. She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather, more of one. God. Stop being the worst! Guardian lies, stopping the worst at literally every goddamn turn. What they say is true. If we do not find Bagamnon and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Any at all? Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final page of my journal.
Machinist versus fuel sealer. I think Machinist is more interesting, and has a wider breadth of lore now at this point. But your mileage may vary.
Then the captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it until we found it in the pack he left behind. That is. Is this Dalmascan?
Indeed, it is. It says Ridorana.
The lighthouse. Why would we write that? And in the old man's journal, no less. There's a place on the Valnard Sea.
Oh! Hey, wait, I need to write that down.
Valnard Sea.
That's interesting, it's not the Corvosi Strait. That must mean that it's further south.
Far to the south of Rabanastre, to the south of Rabanastre, interesting, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mile across, the Ridorana Cataract.
South of Rabanastre and location of the Ridorana.
Legend would have us believe it is the entrance to the Hell of Water.
That's an interesting note. It's not, but that's interesting.
Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not one has returned.
Damascus' fate in 14 is pretty sad. Rabanastre was bombed to oblivion, so many lives lost. Imagine it'll take them longer than most former Garlean provinces to recover. Well, remember though that they retook and were starting to recover even before before Endwalker, because of how they ended Baja. Anyways, but they'll take time to recover. But I mean, Worldlit was like heavily devastated, especially at the very end there of the battle. Probably they'll be one of the ones that take longer to recover. The Corvosi might, though, because of their occupation and the way that they were occupied. But yeah, I mean, Dalmasca definitely was because of what happened to Rabanastre and Dalmasca proper. Definitely. I don't like Ramza. No. Yeah, Ramza's Garlean youth. I thought he knew better being part of the troop. I mean, but the thing is, like, yeah, like, it doesn't, like, to me, like, his youth and being a Garlean are no excuse. He grew up with his father and his sister. He, like, had reasons and education to know better, whereas, like, some Garleans do not. Like, they still should, and they're not exempt from judgment, but they don't have the environment that he grew up in. I'm thinking of starting to articulate my disconnect about Ramza's Evalician Garlean heritage. Yeah. I'm going to put that kind of kid in poorly calibrated trebuchet aimed for the Garlean general direction of the sea. Take a hammer and run up to Ramza upon yeah. The tone shift from the Duma of Doma to these are respective war vets. Made my head spin. Can't tell. Does Alma not have the Garlean eye? Don't tell me. Can't tell with their bangs. I'm sure she does. I can't check right now, obviously, but there's a way I can check later. Here, I can. Let's go in from like the side. It may also be that they didn't want to add that to a bespoke child model, or she may not be a full blood. Are her parent? Is her mother even a? Because I don't see it. Her mother may not. If her mother, because if Ramsay doesn't have one either, maybe her mother wasn't a Garlean either. Interesting. Take a shot every time Ramsay deserves to get kicked. Yeah, that sounds like a bad idea, Hunter. Yeah. Me, white knuckled, gripping the table. I will not put this teenager in the sun. I will not put this teenager in the sun. I will not put this teenager in the sun. You know, uncanny, the Eorzean works similar to what happened to those of the Void based on what Unical High told us. You mean with the Memori? The, you know how uncanny the Eorzean... Well, so the thing is that remember that the Mori... Remember that they explained this in 6.x, and I can't get into it, but the Mori are different. They are not the same thing as Orisite, and the magic around them is different, but that was the terminology that he used Orisite. This is a soft retcon, but he used the term Orisite because it's the best explanation he had at the time, but we do get some recontextualization. Her mother, I think, is Rabanastron, or at the very least her. I think that's, if I remember right, that makes sense. There's also another thing. Because if they're half, then it stands to reason that they don't have the Garlean eye. Because the only example we have of someone being a half, having half parentage is, and having a Garlean eye is, I'm forgetting her name, but she travels with Gaius and has the black Garlean eye that we see. And we don't know what's specifically up with that. Grail expend. That's good. No, we don't get a specification for where Rabanastre is in physical space. Okay. Okay, no. Okay, so in talking about physical space, what I'm going to do is I'll pull up my map again real quick, so we can talk about real quick where Valnard Sea is. And so there's the Corvosi Narrows, right? Here. And we know the Ridderan Cataract is somewhere around here, and we know it's south of Rabanastre. We know Dalmasca and Superior is here. Rabanastre is somewhere in here, as well as Baja. It's not really clear where Baja is, where Rabanastre is. When they finally revealed this cloud cover, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, something has got moved around. Like, the Anchorite at Corvos is here. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, that actually got moved up a little bit or something to make room for Baja and Rabanastre or whatever. Let's say Rabanastre's here. The Valnard Sea would be somewhere around here, and so would the Ridderan Cataract, because we know it's near the Corvosi Narrow. I would love to buy those books you have, Elio. Well, you can, Shion. You can buy them. They reprinted them. They're available now. Severa, thank you, AC. Yes. Oh, yeah, that was the other reason I pulled out E2, was I wanted to check heritage of... Faces of Urbania, Faces of the Garlean Army. Here we go. For most of the 16 summers, Ramza, named for the young noble who appears alongside the king, has lived upon the Prima Vista, training to be a performer in the father's private troupe, the Majestic Theater Company. When not practicing diction or dance, the proud Garlean of mixed blood, his mother was a Eorzean, assists his father in the principle of research into the Durai papers and Ivalice. And while sharpness of mind counts amongst his many traits, so too does a wicked stubbornness thought to be born of the sense of inadequacy resulting from his lack of the third eye. This inadequacy may also be the driving impetus behind his misguided contempt of non-Garleans. Ooh, that's fascinating. Genomus realized that it was more than just this is about Alma, just a chance that saw his second child, a girl, and so he did not hesitate to name this fated daughter Alma after Alma Beulve, sister of Ramza, true hero of the Zodiac Brave story. Content with her life as a boarding school in the capital of Garlemald, Alma's world was thrown into disarray when an unexpected visit from her brother turned into a 10,000-mile journey that would end in indefinite exile from the land she called home. Victim to her father's whims, Alma played the obedient daughter, adapting to life on the airship better than anyone could expect. Given the circumstances, however, when her father failed to return from the dangerous expedition into the ruins of Rabanastre, Alma could remain silent no longer. She reached out to her father's acquaintance, Sid Garland, and for a foreign reporter stationed in Kugane, to help put an end to the madness which had claimed her family. Unlike her ambitious father or her controlling brother, Alma maintains an air of rationality that belies her age of 15 years. But yeah, they are canonically of mixed race. Bit too expensive for me currently. Yeah, well, on the bright side, Shion, we do book club over in the Discord if you want to join for that. So we go through them. I also, Shion, if you want to contact me on the Discord later, I may be able to get you a copy for free of Volume 1. Gotta go. Have a great night, Hunter. Thanks for joining in. I must admit, knowing little of Ridderana, save for that which Lady Mikoto shared with us, before we expend vulnerable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there's any mention of the Abyss. We shall share our findings as soon as we learn aught of interest. Honestly, with Alma's experience and background, Alma has more right to act the way that, like, Ramza does. Ramza's got no argument. But yeah, then Shion, the benefit of that is that you'd only have to buy one. Our studies reveal that Ridorana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnard Sea and a lighthouse once manned by the Royal Damascan Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. Okay, so it is in the Ridorana Cataract. Okay, so then it definitely... Okay. I stress... here, let me just check this. It is in the Ridorana. Okay. Oh, I mean, we knew it was in the Ridorana Cataract. I stress once manned, as the tower's lain empty since its Candlekeeps abandoned their post after the fall of Rabanastre. But if Pharaoh Sirius offers any indication of what can befall a lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers... Yes, but the real question is how all of this ties into with the Evalician legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of Ridorana. Yet it seemed foolish to assume that a name could not change in centuries since the tale was writ. The Lighthouse of Gaug. So I thought a cross-reference text on modern Ilsabardian history with a translation of the Durai papers. And after an exhaustive re-examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered that there was not a single entry on Ridorana. And while mention of the Valnard Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. Ramza's discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there were no mystery at all? What if at the time of Delita's rise, the chasm did not yet exist? There is more, but only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. And now all of a sudden abruptly, okay, now we're going to Ridorana. What? Okay. The Ridorana lighthouse is far from civilization. You would be wise to provision the trip here in Hingashi. An adventure always comes prepared. Of course. If you'd like to join us for Ridorana Lighthouse, come meet at the tea tree. We are on Crystal Curl. Anyone is welcome. Anyone and everyone. Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me, yeah. What are these camera angles and zooms? I don't think this reveals that dramatic game, yeah. I'm curious, was it a group of effort to defeat Ultima and the Espers that the Zodiac Braves couldn't defeat alone? Or just we were better? I personally think it's a group effort. I mean, we do it with a group, to defeat Ultima and the Espers that the Zodiac Braves couldn't defeat alone. I mean, we had a bunch of help as well, right? Like, AC? Like, you do it as an alliance raid. God, I love the Ridorana. So Ridorana is from 12 as well, and it's a beautiful, it's a really cool thing in 12. What world are we on? We are on Crystal Curl, as Ray will continue to remind everyone because people keep not knowing. Can I ask a favor? I just want a little bit of energy. Can I get some double burns emotes? And for those of you who don't know how to use emotes, you just press the little face button down at the bottom. Something is very wrong here. Mayhap it is best we split in our fellowship into two parties. One to delve into the tower's depths and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition sub-leader, I appoint you captain of the first. You may use this spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard. Great. You call other people a craven? Double booms! Damn it, brother. What are you? Where are you? Thank you for the gobby booms. I love doing Ridorana. Well, again, if you guys want to join, come meet at the tea. God, so excited to see this place. It looks so cool. It is very cool. The lighthouse looks like it has seen better days. I dare say we have a handful of Imperial dreadnoughts and 30 years of disrepair to thank for that. Captain! Captain, giving us a sign! Shivering me, my fur is simply standing on end from all the ambient aether. Yes, ambient aether in the area. Can't you feel it, Kubo? Don't worry, Captain. The lot of us are with you. They won't hurt you. I gotta remember to come back to get some shots and footage of this. Why are we hearing waves? Shouldn't it be a constant roar from the waterfall? Should. Maybe we're theoretically sealed off. Some of the braves were warriors of light in their age, right? That's assumed and speculated and highly likely. Is it for sure? I don't think we know. I think it's I think even in myth it's assumed, but we don't have a lot. I mean, I would put it in the camp of like Tenzin, right? Like I definitely would assume so. And I think the evidence suggests it, but I'd be hesitate to say, like, confirmed yes. The location appears to offer an adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for any sign of a gammon. Ridorana and Orbon are my 2 favorite raids. Nice. If I had literally just stayed down there, we would have run into him. Good, Artemis. I see the power over performance can do so much. This is also why, like, I keep saying, like, I think, like, the biggest thing you could do for ARR is, like, quintuple its voice acting. Like, revoice it with the current voice actors and quintuple its voice acting, and you'd make a lot of people would like ARR a lot more. You don't have to write it better. You don't have to fix a whole bunch more. Like, I do think that, like, a lot of times just vocal performances can do a lot to make you appreciate a character more. You found him. Let me see. Dreadnoughts? Wait, we get vehicle lore here? Well, not really. I mean, we get we know that Garlean Dreadnoughts came and attacked. Ramsar, you're still a boy. Don't you think you'd order us around like Alfino? Even though they're the same age. He needs our help.
Prince Rasler, Princess Ishilia, I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It is my fault I could not save you. Could not save anyone. Anyone but myself. I'm so sorry. Bagamnon, wait!
Oh, interesting.
Traitors! Have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland. You are mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help.
Made us go wrong. Those are cool, elegant swords.
I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. How dare you stay with my audience? Stay my audience with this with the princess. The Duma!
It was him, Coupeau. It's showing him what he wants to see.
Witch! Murderess!
Dude, samurai slice the bullet. Come on, Elio. Gunfire. I guess it is his unique fighting style, I see. Oh, sweet, I did samurai it. Go, Elio. Bagamnon! The Moogle. Oh, the Moogle was the matchstick minion. I didn't even realize.
So this is the end.
Recite the words, satisfy the covenant, relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou dearest most in the world, desirest most in the world.
Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. Look at me, brother, look at me! I'm the captain now. In sword etched he his fading memories. Don't you die, not yet. In stone his tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here. My sword attested, by stone revealed. That light! Where have I seen it before? Oh no. Dude, you may want to get that checked out. Yeah, exactly, Artemis, yeah. Mont Blanc is named after food. I forgot Livia was called the Witch of the Dalmasca for a reason, yeah. She was a genocidal lunatic. I always like Mont Blanc, aside to have some comic relief, plus I love Moogles. Yeah, the pacing of it slows it down. Moogles are the best. Yeah, Moogles are the best. Yeah. Whatever you are doing, you need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear me? That's what masturbating too much will do with one hand does to a motherfucker. Thank you, Demins. Jolly! Good to see you, glad to have you. Backgammon got stoned. Well played. It is as we feared, then. Backgammon's soul is lost. Much as I wish it were otherwise, I fear Backgammon is beyond saving. Yet we cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction. Sloppy! Father, is now not the time to abandon the quest. We are meddling with forces beyond. Somebody slap him. Somebody slap him. Enough, Alma. We are adults. We adults are talking. You are 1 year older than her. You are such a little bitch. Oh my god. Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. While Elliot was searching for the lizard, I inspected the area of an exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. And you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what could only be the clockwork city of Gaug. The what city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave story, the clockwork city of Gaug was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away. While the Durai papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. That just made me think of something. I think I may have proof that Ivalice wasn't from the 4th astral era. I would have had to have been earlier, but we'll see. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark, and that it existed. And then I found it, a lone passage regarding Gaug's fall. But that still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable. I'm going to reread this because there's actually some interesting things. Well, the dry papers not say a great deal more. They do mention that the land upon where the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason the land was limited was because the land in question was an island? That still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed. And then I found it, a lone passage regarding Gaug's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion, left half of it in ruin. I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It may only have been in a small area at first, one that could well have gone unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. This would explain why there is no mention of the Ridorana prior to the present era. Come, Father, will you not tell them the rest, of the possibility that we Garleans are descended in part from the disciple of the displaced citizens of Gaug? Okay, no. Well, it would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron, even with the discovery and application of elegant technology. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but to return to your original claim, it is your belief that the Ridorana Lighthouse stands atop what is left of... That necklace, where did you get it, girl? It was my mother's. Your mother's? It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you not ask? Bargamnon has a talisman he would wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears. And what are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it, or my late mother? Neither. I spoke of their similarity, that is all. Ramza, you are the worst. Can you believe the nerve of this boy? I mean, like, look, we get it. Rams is an asshole. Do they have to keep hammering it home? Enough, Ramza. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. If they try to redemption arc this fucker at this point. But what of our kin? Oh my lord! What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's, for that matter? No, I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear our family name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now we have a lost city to explore. Okay, guys, now I'm coming to the tea tree. Whoa, my lord. I don't really hate annoying characters in 14. I'm usually patient. One type of NPC I do have an issue with in 14 are conspiracy nuts. I'm not as annoyed by the conspiracy nuts because of the propensity for those guys to sometimes be not wrong. And also, but also in 14, importantly. But like, no, like Ramza's just a dick. I get he's young, but he's also just being a dick. Me cracking the table. I will not put this teenager in the sun. I will not put this teenager to the sun. Takes frying pan to Ramza's head. Oh my god, it's doing the thing that made me stop playing 12. Which character made you stop playing 12? Because I mean, they don't really do that with Bosch or Van or Balthier or Fran or Penello or... Okay, whoever wants to join me, whoever else wants to join me, I guess I'll just invite some of you guys, because I know you. Okay, Willow, can you invite everyone? Black Flame, do you have a party? Let's make sure everyone has a party. Popoto. Well, actually, I bet Popoto wants to be with Bean. Des, you go with Willow. Okay, is everybody here in a party? Who wants to be? Because what we're gonna do is, it is 6:25. Oh man, we're making terrible time. Okay, yeah, we're going late. I mean, actually, we're making decent time. It's just long. It is currently 6:26. At 6:27, we're doing the Ridorana Lighthouse. Make sure that you're ready at 6:27. I thought Lena was the older sister of Nagi Jakaya from The Rising because she's a Mikote reporter for The Raven, but I realized it's not her. It's Kibi Jakaya. Yeah. Yeah, usually Mikote sisters would have the same last name because of their mother. 6:27. Be ready to press it. I'm going to be boring for a second because I want to make sure I get it on time. Of all the money That air I had, I spent it in good company, and of all the harm that e'er I've done, alas.
Okay. Hit it. Sweet. Okay, now we're gonna wait here for a bit, obviously, because we have to make sure that we get it. Let me talk to you guys in the meantime. Oh, shit! It said waiting for 20 minutes. Oh my god, we're about to conclude that cataract collapse, but now we're gonna jump into talking about Gaug and Garleans, but now this necklace before we conclude our other thought. 12 also did the conversational topic yanking around and made sure I was never grounded. Yeah, here's the thing about 12. If you think about it as a 5-act structure, it works a lot better, but 12 absolutely does that too, which is Matsuno. Matsuno just does that. Never really processed a single piece of information. Yeah, that's Matsuno. Alvino and AR was insufferable, but nowhere near as bad as Ramsey here. Well, also, like, no, because also, he was cocky, but he was also meant well and desired the best for everyone. Rams is like a racist asshole, and so far has shown no, like, redeeming quality. Like, not a love for his sister, not like a, like, Rams has just been a dick, and like, without anything redeeming.
We will discover Bagamnon here with the lighthouse. I am certain of it.
Sweet. AR Alphino actually don't mind, it just ignored his arrogance for the most part. And like, it's okay, both because of his uses and experience, and because they arc it well and meaningfully. It's okay to start with a flawed character.
To Bagamnon, the Duma, give life to that creature.
For one thing, Alphino is actually smart, unlike Ramza.
Long has it been, since I last gazed upon the open sky, and the vermin who scurried beneath her.
Actually, you know what? Give me a second. Keep me alive, V. I'm setting up something that'll be fun for later. Okay, cool. Sorry, I know. I have to open up some stuff. I appreciate you guys carrying me. Don't get washed away. Also, you may see that urn, it may seem familiar. They use the exact same urn, or I guess you were for, in Sylvie's Subterrane, in the hidden closet. O darkest of vessels! With this vessel shall your doom be met. O darkest of vessels, you are my sword, you are my reign. You are my sun, you are my pain, you are my dawn, you are my dame. O darkest of vessels, you are my bow, you are my bow, you are my reign. Behold, as waters most foul spill forth to defile the land. If you have a red dot, you want to stack.
That may just not be work right now.
Let the clashing waves cleanse you of your sins. Oh, I'm gonna die, yeah. Alright, that's fine. That'll give me a second to fix this. You know what, my friend? If I reset this, turn it off. We may have some crazy stuff going on for a second. Bear with me. With this vessel shall your doom be met. I like this one a lot better than I like Mateus, just because like there's more like just moving around and avoiding. Like this kind of thing is I find fun. Like Mateus was too, but it's like not always clear like where it wants you to stand, or at least it's less plainly clear. Fuck it. I'm gonna die. Okay, to whoever kept me alive through that, you are a wonderful, beautiful bastard. And I did not deserve to live. Cool. Let me pull chat back up. Okay, I'm back. Emmett, good to see you. Glad to have you. We got in for one. Gonna go cook some dinner. Hope you okay. Hope your dinner's good, Silver. Hey, Leo, it's time to do that thing you apparently know me for. Dishes. Yeah, dishes. We got a job in dishwasher. No, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The boss is going to really make you earn that victory. Only one other game I ever saw it earn B-Base's weapon. It was Legendia. Technically, it's a Ewer, but yes. Oh, I'm doing this quest line. Cool. Good. Emmett. You got waterlogged, dude. I always find it hilarious that the tank buster on that first boss is Tide Pod. Oh no, tank, don't eat that. The city remains functional after all these centuries. Let's access the transportation nodes. The city's defenses also seem operational. Destroy them if you must. It's very pretty. Here I was thinking everyone was gonna come help me. Not you guys, just like I thought everybody was going over here. You got flowers for days, Elios. Flowers? Are you doing the next duty today? Yeah, we're planning on, yeah, we're gonna be finishing this up. lilies. Oh, I see. V's keeping me alive. That's what's going on. Undeservedly so. Okay, I was hoping to get the voice changer working for the robot, but it doesn't seem to be working. The heat is almost unbearable. Could this be the heart of the lighthouse beacon? I always have problems with voice mod not working with the stream deck, but I'll get it working later. Children of war, I am Ivalice. Come, warm your hands at my fire. Flowers for days. That's why they call me Elio Flower Power. The floor mat, a BBQ. A test of your brisket. Time waits for no one. You cannot withstand my rage. A test of your reflexes. Roran, good to see you, glad to have you. I see your name and all I can immediately think of is Aragon. It's your description of White Mage, flowers for days. Yep. Bound by the march of time, forevermore. That was the one that made that clip. Oh, right, the thing where I went, flowers! Flowers for days! Or whatever the fuck I did. Dude, I say all sorts of random shit. I don't always remember. I think that's the first time I've had that experience of, like, content creator says a random thing that a bunch of people found funny, and content creator has no memory of, like, saying the thing, and it's like, oh, right, that thing, that nonsense I screamed at one point. Step into the inferno! Step into my hellfire! Doesn't remember his own jokes, not like that. Are you not yet ash and bone? All hands point to death. If you have the tether, you want to go to the opposite side of the thing. You want to pull it to the corner. Unless that was a special case where actually you may not have do that, so usually that's what you want to do. You look for the slow one, you stay on it until the fast ones explode, and then you go off them. You go on to the slow one. For these, you want to set the clock so that the arrow points out away from center. If you have that, you want to run away from the center, and you want to keep running because you will follow. Those explosions are going to follow you. Honestly, you said flowers for days, and I thought you were literally talking about my, oh my god. Sad. I will take that pain with pride in order to do the damage for my friends. If you have a melee DPS in your group, you would always want to let the melee DPS limit break. If you're a melee DPS, you want to be ready to limit break. I've discovered another device. Who's ready for math? We still got a little bit, actually. Let's do. The architecture here is similar to that of the lighthouse, yet something feels off. The air is so thin. Multiples of 3, 6, 9, 12. Multiples of 4, 4, 8, 12. A concept so simple, a child, let alone the architect of the city's defense network, could grasp it. Or so one would think. They calling you guys out. It's been a long since I've been able to parse a raid fight, but I truly cannot see what's going on in this fight. Weirdly enough, that's one of the ones I do, but also I've done it in Baja and stuff. I look every time there's a healer bubble up, and plus the fire just makes everything visual noise. Yeah, I think the raids for these golems. I believe I now know where we are. I feel like the Ivalice raids don't explain themselves well for the most part. At least they didn't for me. I found every other raid series much easier to like grapple with like what it was asking me to do. I'm sure you don't want the red mage limit break 3. I can assure you it's not all damage to your redness. Look, just make sure someone limit breaks. Headphones are screaming at me. Saying like, I'm hungry. Feed me, Seymour. If I'm a ranged DPS, I'll steal and break 3 if it's getting close and I don't see the melee using it. Yeah, I mean, John, that's fair. Like, if you're at the point where you're gonna lose it, then yeah, steal it. No question. That's why it's the melee's responsibility to be on top of it and know that they should be using when they should be using it. If you play melee DPS, part of playing your role is knowing the appropriate time to limit break. Because it is a DPS loss for melee DPS not in a single target scenario. Onto the gears. I always love it when streamers say, don't clip that. It makes it 100% guaranteed it'll be clipped. Yeah. Yeah. A wise arithmetician once said that the primes were the most loathsome of the number. To that I say bullocks. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31. And on to eternity. There are enough digits here to start a fellowship. Yeah, that's it. I guess that's fair. It's irresistible. There are final lines of defenses upon us. We must proceed with the utmost caution. Who's ready for math? I'm ready to math. Warning, warning, entry prohibited. Intruder alert, reading variables, weapon system. Initiating subject dismissal. Oh, whoops. Intruder alert, readying variable weapon systems. Oh boy. Oh, that got a lot of us. Anomalous intelligence level detected. Reduction authorized. Booting basic computation protocol. Basic computation protocol loaded. Initiating lesson. Command align current vitals with specific multiples. Calibrate vitals to multiples of 5. Look at your health. Your health will be a number, then you have to add that number to the other number. Calibrate to multiples of 3. Well, I guess I can do. Inaccuracy will be punished. Reduction failed. Subject dismissal approved. Booting Tartarian protocol. Tartarian protocol loaded. Initiating processing sequence countdown. Initiating process 25, 24, 23. Sequence in 3, 2, 1. Sequence initiated. That's a lot of dead, yeah. Welcome back, Hunter. Minor gripe, indivisible and prime aren't really synonyms. I would call one indivisible since it has no factors that aren't one itself. Fair, fair. Stop moving. For that countdown, you want to stop moving. I mean, there's a delay, so none of you are going to be able to hear that, so I don't know why I bother saying it, but... Look at his dancing. Look at the boy dance. Subject dismissal failed. Subject termination approved. Booting annihilation mode. Warning, warning. Research staff evacuate to shelters immediately. Intruder alert, readying variable weapons systems. Oh, what's that? Anonymous intelligence level detected. Reduction authorized. Booting basic computational program. Increasing difficulty. Command align current vitals with specific multiples. Calibrate to vitals to prime. Prime numbers, my friend. Prime numbers. Calibrate vitals to multiple of 4. I wonder if I can only get answers that are these first two in order to make sure that I can hit melee range. That'd be interesting. Inaccuracy will be punished. Aye, aye, aye. Be a little samurai! Initiating subject dismissal. Intruder alert, readying variable weapons systems. Stay away from his front. Why do I get the feeling whoever used that definitely sacrificed himself to do it? Was it worth it? It cost you everything. Overheat, alert, changing cooling units. System damage 95%, entering safe mode. Systems. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's what I meant, Dist. That's what I meant. As someone who sucks at math and has my whole life, I must admit I felt a little betrayed by this boss. I played video games to get away from math. Sorry, Daniel. That drill will pierce the heavens. He is the drill that will pierce the heavens. There's no mistaking it. We're in the legendary clockwork city of Gao. This reminds me a lot of not only Laputa, but also of the cover of Eco. And also like Nashika. There's a lot of Laputa. There's a lot of like Laputa, Miyazaki stuff references in 14. Me, I can't wait to see Ridorana. Also me spends the whole raid doing dishes.
Long have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine.
Sometimes it do be like that though.
Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate!
Or EVE Online, yeah. EVE Online, spreadsheets in space! Honestly, Monster Hunter's not all numbers though, especially because you can just like look up like a best in slot for whatever you want to do. And it's really more type advantage than it is like calculating numbers. I mean, calculating numbers is just like one of the versions of endgame you can choose to do, the same way you can in 14. Wasn't Yzmat an unbeatable boss back in the original game? I don't recall.
The Empire is a cancer! And I am the barber's blade!
It's not wrong.
I'll tear you limb from limb!
Anyone know what the I forget, what are alliance raids or raids are rewarding tombstones?
Escape this! Agony and sorrow!
Like Moogle tombstones.
Your suffering is not yet over. You will not have mercy.
entire way for Lio teaches you reading and writing and arithmetic. I swear they always make complicated tests for heroes to fight the greatest evil. They gotta do it somehow. Hey, yeah, see, Daniel, that's where it's at. I mean, hey, or a great reading comprehension tool. You know, like not only in mathematics, but also think about like just the amount of reading that the kids will have to do. Hand-eye coordination skills for PE. I mean, when you think about it, it's really an entire, you know, hey, English for learning different words, grammar, correct grammar, as well as, you know, broadening the vocabulary. You know, I'm just saying, like, use an entire curriculum lodged in this. Use crafting to do an arts metal class.
Escape this! Your pain is my pleasure. You will not have mercy. Your suffering is not yet over. Agony and sorrow. I, Agamemnon, shall deliver the king's justice. Feel the wrath of my brothers.
Oh boy. Your suffering is not over. Like a knife through butter, I'll tear your limb from limb. Escape this. Oh my god, it's so painful when this was current.
You will pay for what you have done.
I wasn't doing this when I never did this when at current, so I never really knew it at current. The first one I did was at current was Shadowbreakers. It was a Laura, I think that's you, and let's get them together. Okay, and then everybody came to help me. Well, we had him, Laura. Yeah. I know my friends on site. Huzzah.
I want to remember this. This is far from finished, Guardians! Like a knife through butter! Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tear you limb from limb! You will not have mercy!
Okay, we're hitting 7, so... We have two options. We can go long, or we can do a two-parter. We can do a second part tomorrow. If people are feeling like if people want to continue, I'm happy to go late tonight. But otherwise, we can do a two-parter tomorrow.
Enough! Like a knife through butter!
Oh, I got it. I was holding it. Do we have another melee DPS? Oh, I'm assuming it was archery.
Your suffering is not yet over.
And only one left to go.
You may have escaped me in this life, but I shall be
Yeah, the quest part
waiting
for this does take a while.
next.
Maybe we'll call it there. We'll do a two-parter. Because, like, it's 7 now, and that'll be a perfect ending for... Yeah. I mean, I don't mind playing that out, but honestly, I'd love some time to work on some videos, too, so... And also, we have V does her map thing every... So every Monday, V runs map after streams. So if you want to do maps and get a lot of money and or other fun items that way, you should definitely go join her. You can easiest way is to go over to the Discord. On top of that, oh, there was another thing I wanted to point out. What was it? Yeah. At least one of these. I will get none of these. Ali, I got the minion. Sweet, I'll take the minion. I don't even think I have that on my main. Yeah, and also, like, you can also just come play, do maps with V just if you just want to hang out. If you love doing maps, yeah, definitely, you should definitely go play with V. I highly recommend it. Dude, pull an Estinian on the Nidhogg eyes. Just crush that shit. Absolutely, Emmett. Of course you can join us tomorrow. Yeah. And Emmett, remember, guys, I'll say it 1,000 times. If you're stuck on something, or wait times, queues, whatever, use the looking for group tool in the Discord community. Like, tons of people are willing to help. That's another thing, actually. That's what I wanted to mention. If you want to be pinged, if you like helping people out and you want to be pinged when people do the @looking for group mention, you can set up you can go to the Discord and set up your notifications so that you will get pinged anytime you do it. Right now it's set up so that not everyone gets pinged if you don't care. But if you like helping people out, like Lord loves people helping out, V, a bunch of different people in the group do, you can set that so that anytime you'll get a little Discord notification, and it's a lot of fun and a lot of good social times. Mother's necklace, but what is it doing here? Unless bitches get stitches. Ooh, hey, Xion, tonight's a great night for doing it then. Ah, the best version of Ramza yet. Ah, Demi speaking.
Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. Alma, I think you're a cunt. Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However, did it come to be Bargamnon's possession?
Literally the Laputa stone.
Hmm? Though they are indeed a different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are Eorzean, Kupo. Eorzean? What makes you say that? Can't you feel it, Kupo? You can feel it, can't you? Herdy. Tad. Do you recall me telling you that Bargamnon considered the necklace special? It was so special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Rassler. He was to return it to Princess Ashilia upon delivering her highness from Nalbina Fortress.
You know what the other problem is that, like, there's, like, all these things that are, like, about Ashilia and Rassler and, like, all the other things with Dalmasca, but you never get a personal stakes or connections to Dalmasca proper. Like, even in Baja, it's a background element, and here, it's technically kind of a background element. Like, you get the Fran resistant thing, but, like, it's like you're trying to do, because it's trying to do tactics story and 12th story and a bunch of other things fused into one, but not characterizing and personalizing it, while also giving us a bunch of characters for this story. It feels like what happened is like Matsuno wanted to write like 12 different arcs for 14 to have in them, only got to write 2, and it just feels like, and also one of them is it's majorly incomplete because Baja, just like the way Baja ends. Not, I don't even mean like the main story of Baja, but I mean like the way that they handle, like go read the cards, go read the like notes if you know what I'm talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, no, I'm not gonna spoil it, but just say it's the most like half-assed way you could possibly imagine.
A family keepsake. Of course, and each necklace, each Eorzean has acted as a lodestone, drawing both our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father, the Eorzean guided us.
Oh, god damn it. Go back to bed.
Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I am well now.
Yeah, I could say a lot about my thoughts on 15, but yes, AC, agreed.
From what we know of the Doom and the Odious, vestiges of one's will may endure in an Eorzean. Could it be then that the desire for the former owner or creator of these necklaces was simply to return to Ivalice?
But who could that have been?
Ramza Beofu. He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lesalia and Gaug, you ask? Simple. We are being tested. The Eorzean is a measure of our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth.
You say these things as if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we've uncovered suggests anything of the kind.
I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you that they are misplaced. For now, I must ask you trust me, Lady Murelia.
It's hard to say. Lady Murelia? Since when did you... God, I like historic Ramza much more than current one. Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself? I love that everyone's being very put off because he's actually being a good dude. And everyone's just like, what the fuck?
Of course I am, sister dearest. I have never felt better.
I sense a disturbance in the aether.
Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Evalicians. It is proof we have their blessing. With the necklaces and the Odious, we can finally prove... Thank you, Elio. I know not what came over me.
15 has a lot of highs. It has a lot of lows, and it's an unfinished story. It's missing major holes, major characters that need to be developed aren't given development. It's like the bros are really good in a lot of ways. I think it's worth playing if you like to play, if you're not just a completionist, but if you like Final Fantasy, but go in expecting something that's kind of deeply flawed. I think you could probably enjoy it quite a lot though. I would say though, just if you, it's been a while since you played a mainline Final Fantasy game, just wait for 16 and headlong into that.
Ramza, you must rest. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine?
Ramza, you're being a weirdo. Yeah. AC, I've heard that. It kept me from playing 15 enough, even though I own it. Plus, I heard you need to watch a movie and read a book to understand the plot. Screw that. So yeah, so it has major issues with transmedia. So here's what I'll say. You do not need to watch Kingsglaive or watch the anime or any of that to understand the plot. However, major character motivations won't make sense. The core plot will feel like a little all over the place, but if you watch that movie, watch the anime, and do all the transmedia stuff, it's not actually going to solve much. So 15's worth playing, it's just deeply flawed. And it's not a cohesive whole. But at the same time, I think you can say, like, I think there are flaws in 13 in terms of its pacing and issues. I think there's flaws in 12 in terms of its pacing and issues. But 15, I think, is a much more of a mess. I think, and also, just the biggest thing is major character motivations and impulses and reasoning and causes and background stuff just aren't communicated very well. Yeah. Dearest, oh, he's been replaced for sure. Could have. I liked 15 a lot, but it feels like 13 in a lot of ways where you have to go through a lot of boring BS to open it up. Yeah. It's a bit incomplete, yeah. When I played it, I enjoyed it. 14, but I didn't like how incomplete it was. Yeah, and I mean, that's what I would say about 15. I'd say the DLCs helped some. I wish all the DLCs that they were planning were going to come out, because the final ending, like, they were going to change the ending with all the DLCs coming out, and I think the alternative ending actually in some ways would have been stronger, because it would have characterized some important characters better and more so, in order to make it so that even if the rest, or most of the game was still deeply, like, missing pieces and flawed, it would be better. But yeah. One thing I'm questionable about Rams of Bail is his armor design, specifically the codpiece. Other than that, he looks cool. Play the game, watch the movie, and watch the anime. Yeah. Thanks for the raid. It's definitely more of a fun group. Yeah, good. I'm out for the night. Night, Tattle. Yeah, I'm gonna bring. If people want to take a photo, we can take a photo in just a second. I'm gonna. I'll be over at the tea tree in one moment. Another adventure under our belts, eh, Elio? I'd best put pen to page before the details fade. Lassalia, and now Gaug. One would think our discovery is more than sufficient to prove Ixintel's claims, at least with regards to Ivalice's existence. But something tells me that until Genomus has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there's the curious case of Ramza. At almost throat one moment, all sister dearest the next. He was like a different person when he came to. He seemed to be alone and wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump in the head when he fell. But then again, it didn't take him long to turn back into his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well. Okay. Game should have been bro road trip all the way through. Honestly, I think it would have worked just fine if it had just been that. And, like, part of the big issue with my issue is that it's not just that they fridge Lunafreya, it's that Lunafreya and Noctis' relationship is so important that it's like the bedrock of what that game is supposed to ultimately, one of the bedrocks of what that game is supposed to be about, and yet it's completely informed. And, like, you get almost no real characterization for her meaningfully and and the development of her relationship with him. I mean, like, that's just one thing. Okay, if people want to take a photo, let's take a photo up here. Let's everyone crowd in together. Oh, actually, you know what? We don't want to do that because we won't be able to stack people. So let's go over here instead. And make sure to get in close. We want to get in close. Lalafel's in front. Lalafel's in front. Short people in front. Yeah, get in close. Yeah. Closer, Willow. Closer. Okay, Willow, I want you in back. I want you, like, right here. Like, behind V. Further back behind V. Not so you're not, so, like, Willow. Okay, here, Willow. Because we don't want to, see, like, right now you're just too far to the right. You want to be, like, stacked so that we're all close set. Okay, good enough. My sword's blocking archery. Is there a way to fix that? Nope. Sorry, archery. Okay. Ah. And then Or you know what? What if we did something like this? That'd be something new that we don't usually do. Yeah, that's cool. That's different. And then let's zoom it out a little bit so we get a little bit more dest. Welcome to G-Posing 101. I'm Ilya Forsharan. I will be your teacher today. We should do like a Christmas like glam competition or something. Do people have interest in that at all? Okay, tossing that in screenshots. Fran and Garb. God damn it! Ray taunting me with the fact that I don't have the Fran cycle. Okay. Sweet. Well done, everybody. Okay, let's check. I know, right? We'll be off to unlock the next duty for tomorrow. Sounds good. Yeah, I just took up tactic for Ramza. Why is his waist so snatched? I'm baffled. What is he? What? Are you talking about Ramza with the no nose Ramza? Yeah, no nose Ramza. Okay. Oh, I can't. My thing's broken right now, so I can't show that. Okay. Friendly reminder, we're doing maps after, people are doing maps after stream, so make sure to go join V. You can easiest way to go to join the Discord, or you can also just join V right here, right now. I'll go ahead and break party, so you guys can all join them. So, don't forget, Monday, Tuesday, we always have the stream, the MSQ stream. Wednesday, we put out a new video. Thursday, we have the Mean and Eerie. We're going to finish doing replays of Final Fantasy, the mainline Final Fantasy games. Right now, we're about to finish up Final Fantasy 2 and move on to Final Fantasy 3. Fridays, we have Lore Book Club, where you can go join over the Discord. Speaking of the Discord, you haven't joined the Discord already, you should definitely come join the Discord. We have all sorts of good times. We do stuff in Final Fantasy 14, socialize. And if you're afraid to socialize and just want to lurk, you're more than welcome as well. It also is a good place to be notified when new content comes out. Saturday, we have community events where we help each other out to do content that people need to be doing. So this Saturday obviously would be Moogle Tomestones. Sunday I in theory have off. In terms of supporting us, you can support us by joining our Patreon, where you can get your name in the banner up above, and it goes a long way to making this whole thing much more sustainable. You also get a special color for your name in the Discord and other fun rewards on top of that. The other way to support us is you can join our become a membership here, which gets you access to all sorts of fun emotes, or you can support us by give us a super chat, which goes towards funding our goal. Right now we are funding little chibi model of Elio that we will have in the background, and it'll be very, very cute, and I'm very excited for getting it. Beyond that, if you like written lore, you can go check out Naniri's written lore at the Eorzean archives.com. Also, you can go check out our Twitter, where we have little fun lore tidbits that we post on the reg. If you haven't watched our most recent video yet, it was a tribute to Mighty, who is the creator of Dad of Light. So also feel free to check out our other content and have a good time with that. Grahatia should write our story. I mean, our biggest fan. Either that or Rian J. Man was his way with words, getting stabby. And Mike Wazowski voice. I'm in the picture. Grahatia doesn't know how to write a paper. What are you guys talking? You guys are talking nonsense. That's why we're doing maps. Make the guild for the farm. Yeah. Christmas glams are hard, but yeah, do maps to make guild for it. Yeah, I would love to do Christmas glam contest. People are into that? Okay, we'll get something going. We'll get that plan. I'm gonna write that down. We'll have something set up. Christmas glam. I'll make sure there's a prize. I'll figure out maybe an emo or something from the store or one of the items that they let us let us trade. So we'll get that. We'll make sure that's a thing. Talk to Brian. Okay, cool. Glam contest would be fun, although I'd get how many pieces that aren't level 1 pieces would even work for that. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, people can use anything that they want. You could do like a crafter glam or whatever. You could get creative. Find a way to do Rudolph. Find a way to do you get weird with it. If you want to like win, I would recommend either doing something that's really like just classic and cute and good, or do something hilarious and like out of the box but brilliant. Gabber must really love being the Saint of Nymea with fabulous thighs. Yeah. Okay, well, definitely, I'll get a date for that set up in the Discord, too, coming up, and I'll get all the rules and everything planned out. I love my giant dwarf Santa, yeah.
Okay, I hope you guys all enjoy doing maps. I'm gonna go do some writing and editing and working on vids. I hope you all have a lovely night. If anyone has any final questions or things they want to say, feel free to now. Otherwise, I'll head out. I'll give you a second here. Ba-ba beat up. Scabba-dabba-dabba-dabba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Okay, then. Have a lovely evening, everybody. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Good night. Yes, good night. Dream well, and let the angels of the darkness carry you off into the night. That sounded far more terrifying than that did. Like... Have a good night, everybody.